Give us a top three. Who is your top three in the first elimination of this 2022 Windsurfing World Cup here in Yokosuka, Japan for the Fly A and A event? Anyone gets that top three right, I will give me a shout out. That's all you're getting. Okay. Yep, so it looks like we're back in on the YouTube. Sorry for letting you down there, YouTube. So there we go. That's Johan So, 19 years old, absolute monster. Could he get the win? Couldn't count him out, can you? You cannot count him out. Pierre Mortefon. I mean, Yakino's been looking good. Marotti, Maciej Rakowski going for his first world title. And this man, Nico Goya. Well, actually, this is Marotti. We're on board with Marotti. So Maciej has changed off his pink sail. So maybe he's changed down till his 8 meter. I know he has been on the 9, which maybe that's the pink one. There we go, just waiting for the countdown. You see how long the harness lines are in that foiling discipline. Storm Windsurf making the first prediction. Pierre Mortefon, Matteo Yakino, Enrico Marotti. That's what he's gone for in the top three. Jonathan Epstein, top three. Goya, Rakowski, Yakino. I tell you what, when you start hearing the names, you realize how difficult it is to pick a top three. Come on, someone's got to do it. I'm thinking in this wind, three of the big guys, maybe the Beast. The Beast has been on it. Maybe he's in the top three. You know, Rakowski, he can't push too hard, needs a solid result. But you've got people like Pierre Mortefon, you know, Matteo Yakino are a little bit further back. And maybe they're coming from behind, I don't know. Maybe they just feel a bit freer. They've won world titles before. But Enrico Marotti is another man with nothing to lose. Finished, like I say, silt on a high. Enrico Marotti, I'm kind of thinking maybe he's got the head cam on. It would be rubbish if he was in the lead, to be honest, because we wouldn't see anything. We want Enrico Marotti in the pack. But let's see. Breck Williams says Maciej, Johan, Matteo. Red flag is up, so we got less than 4 minutes to go until the start. You can see it's a lot cloudier today. There is definitely some fronts coming through, and that wind should pick up during the day today. It's 9:30 local time, so we have got a full day ahead of us. And this is, you know, this is still decent wind for foil racing. If we were on the fin, we'd be like, oh yeah, it's looking a bit iffy. But with the foil, this is still decent racing, I think, right now. It depends what gear the guys have gone on, though. If they go on, you know, their smaller gear, well, we'll have to wait and see. There we go. We can see the Teletubby. He's got the GoPro on his head. Epstein says Goya looks like he's on his 6.8. That's what I'm saying. There's wind out there. What I hope what we don't want to happen is the wind to drop and they're on their smaller gear, because that could obviously influence how windy it looks on the course. If they were on their big stuff, they'd be absolutely on the edge, no doubt about it. So that could play a big part in this race. If you have just joined us, we're kicking off with the men's winners final, Elimination 1 here in Japan for the Fly A and A PWA Windsurfing World Cup. There we go, that's your list. Marotti, So, Yakino, Rakowski, Isaac, Mortefon, Goya and Shakan. Pick three of them, top three. Come on. Someone's got to absolutely pick it right. It's not easy, I have to say. Marion Mortafont, she's already done her job. She won the first elimination. So she's sitting in pole position at the moment in the women, but they'll be up next. As soon as we finish this men's elimination, it'll be straight back into men and women's early round heats as we start the second eliminations. Yellow flag is up, so less than 2 minutes to go until the start. Could Goya make an impact here in Japan? Could say 9th place in Silt, not the way he wanted to go into this event. Probably too much to do to win a world title, but not to stop him getting on the podium here or even winning the event. Let's wait and see. Bit of swimming around going on the inside. Looks like Kestel having a bit of a run around before this runners-up final. They look like they're lining up for the start, but let's wait and see. We should be getting the drone on as well, just to see down that bottom end. We got the couple of the Severns. On the Severns, we've got Isaac and Yakino. Oh, here we go. There's a few people look a little bit early. There's a bit of movement in the middle of the line. There's someone sailing down. Oh! Oh, yo, what the hell? We don't know if that is a good start, but that was not a good start. Obviously, in the middle, we've had someone stop, so it must be a general recall. Is it?
That is a general recall.
Yeah, it is a general recall. So there was a big collision in the middle with the black sail of maybe Johan So. He's trying to stay on. He might have saved the other guys up the top end. I think it's Basil Jacquin that's over. So there's hope there's no damage. It didn't look like it. No, it was Basil Jacquin. It was Basil Jacquin that, luckily it looks like no one was hurt, but I think the beast is over the line. So it looks like Johan So will be getting a PMS there. Is Enrico Marotti, is Maciej Rakowski behind the line? Basil Jacquin did a good job of keeping the others behind the line. Let's hope there's no damage, because that's basically what we've got to come down to. I think it looked like it all went pretty well as a collision could go. There's Matthias Isaac involved in that. It looked like Pierre Mortafon and Basil Jacquin. I mean, is that dangerous sailing? I'm not suggesting it is. I'm just asking, how does it work with that? You could see what he was trying to do, but I did hear you're not meant to change your course coming into that start due to, reasons like that. So that will be an interesting one. What's the actual wind on the course? We heard 10 to 13 knots a while ago. This is how it happened. Mortafon trying to get out of the way of Basil Jacquin, and Basil Jacquin just laying it down, scared of being over, straight into Matthias Isaac. The beast up that top end, though, and Marotti down the bottom end, the beast looked like he'd maybe gone a little bit too early. He wanted the win. We'll wait and hear exactly who... we'll wait and hear the official who was over early. Basher saying friendly crash. It was, wasn't it? It was about as friendly a crash as you could probably get. Hong Kong 4002 says Goya, Rakowski, Aquino. That's the top three. Simon Pettifer, Matteo, the Beast, Goya. You might probably have to change that after looking at this. We've got 3 out of 8 riders on FMX boards. Surely the best boards out there, says William. Obviously, FMX boards is Finian Maynard. So he'll be happy with that. Good point. 3 guys in that final. All right, let's have a look on Twitter. General recall. Now sailing. General recall. Basil Jacquin absolutely nails Mortafon and Massa. Yep, exactly. We just watched that. We still haven't had... It did stop him going over early, so maybe they can thank him a little bit. I don't know how much they're going to thank him, but if there's no damage, I think everyone's going to be okay with that. Still waiting to hear who was over the line early. Like I said, I'd be very surprised if the Beast was not over the line early. It's whether anybody else was as well. I think Matchek will be pretty gutted, and Marotti, because they look like they had a good start. Looking at where Marotti started, I would say he's pretty confident with his speed. So just waiting. They're probably just reviewing the video evidence just to make sure they get the call right. The Beast is still there though, isn't he? He's not sailed off yet. They are looking at the footage. So doesn't look like they've made a decision yet, which is interesting. I thought that was quite clear cut. It's Matteo Iachino, there's the Beast. Marlo Vreeswijk on the beach. Was sitting in pole position before this first elimination. Obviously, as soon as this elimination happens, he will slip down the overall rankings because we will have a moving overall ranking. The result from Silt and then the current result here in Japan. So we will be able to kind of bring you those updates as we go through the competition. The Beast is slowly edging the other way, isn't he? No, he's tacking around. He's not gone yet. The Beast is still there.
Okay, the wind is currently dropping. We have the AP flag on the committee boats. Meanwhile, on that start, we have a collision caused by NC498. Basil Jacquin is disqualified.
So,
for dangerous sailing. And we're waiting for better wind.
okay, so
There was another early, and that was Denmark 37.
okay, so we've basically just lost 2.7 sailors. So it was the Beast, Johan So, the 19-year-old, over the line early. He will be out. But also, Basil Jacquin has been disqualified for dangerous sailing. I was going to say, they have mentioned that before. You can't change your course, especially on a foil coming into the line. It's too dangerous. And the committee don't stand for that. There is no rules, but dangerous sailing is something that can be used, and Basil Jacquin will be disqualified from that final. So he'll be pretty upset with that. Maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe he doesn't know that rule. But I've kind of heard that before, and it did make me think that that could be used, and it looks like it has been. So Basil Jacquin is out. Johan So is also out. So the .7 team are going to be gutted with that. Two of their riders out of this final. And looks like Basil Jacquin is having a word right now. Yeah, he doesn't seem happy. This is when we need the head cam on Basil Jacquin. Well, I'm pretty sure there'll be a few French expletives being used right now. Yeah, he's not happy. Not a happy bunny. So, what do you make of that, people of the interweb? Let's have a look, see what's going down. 105 kilos is hard to slow down. Yeah, you're too right. Once you go, but, you know, Jacquin probably would have been over if he hadn't have took avoiding action as well. So that is the problem on the foil. It's not so easy to slow down and get back in. We've got Ritis Jazunas. He's got the head cam on as well. So he's coming up in the runners-up final. Pierre Mortefon coming in for a bit of a quick change. Oh, maybe he's having a look. Oh, okay. So maybe he's hit the wing because he was involved in that crash. So maybe something has gone wrong, and that can be an absolute disaster. He's in line for a world title challenge, and obviously you need your foil in tip-top condition. So that would be nasty if he's got some damage there. This is Matteo Iachino. So we were promised to start at 1:15. We've had half an hour. We've still not had a final, but we've had some action and we've had some disqualifications. So stuff is going down. Be interested to see what's going on with Pierre Mortefon right now. So if we could see that foil, interested to see if it's been damaged, if he damaged it in that crash, or, you know, it was damaged maybe on a rock, because there are some rocks around if you take the wrong line in. Definitely a few people looking at it. There's a lot of people giving it the old eye as they walk past. We got Jonathan Epstein saying, Jacquin lucky only to be disqualified. Back in the day, someone would have explained the etiquette more vividly behind the pavilion. Those front, Billy says, those front foils are half the size of the ones they used last season. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a pretty big chunk. Oh, that is a big chunk out the trailing edge there. So that must have happened in the crash, because to hit it from the back, oh, that's not good news for Pierre Mortefon fans. It looks like he's got a backup, but is the backup as good as the first one? That's the question. Interesting. So he hurt the back of the foil. So he's on the duotone. You can see there, Basil Jacquin comes through. It's hard to see how that would have damaged the back, isn't it? It's the back of the front wing. Mortefon is in the middle. Bears off to get out of the way of Basil Jacquin. And then, yeah, difficult to work it out. Oh, look at this, though. I mean, he would have been over early. I don't think there's any question about that. Yeah, just hard to work out how he got damaged in that crash. Maciej Rakowski looks like he's... I mean, it must be so tense for these guys now. You've got world titles on the line, and it's in between sails. Maybe in between 9 and 8. Maybe in between wings. Postponement flag up on the boat. Okay, I've just worked out I'm looking at the wrong PWA Facebook because we've had a little bit of a restart, so apologies for that. I'll have to have a look at the real one now.
Still.
Yeah, we did crash for a bit.
I know yesterday I was doing 29, 28. Depends.
We got
depends. Okay, if it's light, then it's
be round saying, can you tell the drone pilot to sit upwind of the start line and just rotate for the first 30 seconds? Other camera boat is not in line with the start line. Well, yeah, yeah, we can see different angles, but the chase cam can be one of the best cams to get an idea of exactly what's going on. But like I said, that start, you can see them just reviewing the footage. Sean Hogan saying, yep, that's how we do it in New Cal. Yeah, Pettifer, you need to change your predictions. A few riders out. There he is. Oi! He's a big fella now, isn't he? He looks a bit confused. That's a French gesture, isn't it? I've seen a few of the French doing that. I think it's like hello. I get it quite a lot. We got Epstein on YouTube saying really great coverage, by the way. 3 views of that collision. I was going to say, that's like proper Formula One stuff. Got everything. This is what happened in Jacquin's mind. So, what I was going to do a good French accent then, but I haven't got it. Right, well, so the wind, where is it? Come on. It's a little bit, it seems to be backing off a little bit. Also, interesting fact, biggest women's fleet since 2017 at Vidasander, Denmark. So that's an interesting one. Nearly 30 ladies in this event. And around about, there's nearly 100 competitors, I think, all in all. So good turnout for the World Cup. This is William Hubert. He's got the countdown watch in his ear. Jordi Vonk, obviously, on the right. Mr. Kestel. Oh, he stole that from breakfast. Be careful. Those Spanish guys nicking all the croissants. So it looks like we're on hold. Maybe we should try and get a couple of words if we.
The wind is gone on the course. So we're going to be on standby. Next announcement, 10 o'clock.
Okay, so next announcement we're hearing is in 10 minutes. So we have got a little bit of time. Maybe we'll have a try and get a wander if we can get the personnel together. Just see if we can get a bit of background from the guys out there. Obviously, there's some interesting stuff going on with that start. But yeah, stay tuned. There is definitely more stuff coming. The wind is coming, trust me. I keep saying that. Been saying it since 7 this morning. It's now 10 to 10. It's forecast. It's on the horizon. The sky is moving. The clouds are dark and ominous. But we still are yet to sail that final. We've had the predictions in. We got Brent on Facebook saying, Basil, you could give us back the wind. Yeah, he's taken a wind. Well, 6 riders left in it. You know, Jacan and So, the Beast, is out. 6 riders, Goya, Mortifun, Isaac, Rakowski, Yakino, Marotti. I mean, that is 6 solid riders. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to predict the top 3 out of that. That could go any which way. I promised wind, you're right. You're right, I did promise wind. It's coming. It's coming. It's just a bit, like, delayed.
Miura 半島 for you 贅沢な旅をあなたに Take you for you
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect to arrive at Tokyo International Airport in about 15 minutes.
Okay, we're down the beach. After that collision, we're still waiting for the start of that final. The wind is building, but we're going to go and check out because there's been some foil damage, there's been some leg damage, there's blood. We're going to check it out. So I don't know how fast our cameraman is, but we're going to hopefully come down here. Matthias Isaac has got he's got a bit of blood coming out. So let's go and check out. Right, we're live, don't swear, but that doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. It's crazy, yeah.
That just happened now in the crash?
Yeah. Like, it never happened to me, anything like that. I was on my course and I felt like Pierre was coming onto me, but because Basil pushed him down and whatever, and I just felt Pierre's wing, like, going my leg.
Oh, shit, so you are bleeding?
No, but it's not so bad. Like, okay. I just felt like the wing, like, kind of passing. It's lucky I was on the wetsuit and it didn't go deep, but I don't know, I guess it happens.
That's quite...
Yeah, I think that was the rest of the wing. Like, he went on my leg and then he went on the board, luckily.
What the hell? And how's your foil? Foil's okay?
No, my wing is destroyed. Like, half of the wing is out, and Arnon borrowed me his wing.
It's an expensive start line then.
Fuck me, he's gonna have to fucking pay for it, sorry. Not on my bill, that one.
Okay, well, he got disqualified, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for him, but yeah. The game, no? Isn't it? You can't do stuff like that.
It doesn't help. It definitely doesn't help. Right, man. Well, good luck in the final. There's only 6 of you left in it, so. Okay, so there you go. It's expensive sport, this foil racing. So cut on the leg, damaged wing, damaged board. We're going to go up the other end because everyone's everywhere here. We're going to go and try and find Pierre Mortefon because he was one of the other guys that didn't come out well out of this. We're going to have to work on our cameraman's legs. He's padding behind. I'm 44, you know, come on. Keep up. It's good to see that we've got a good crew around. The wind, I keep saying it all morning, but the wind is picking up. Surely, it's got to pick up. I mean, when you look at the clouds, like in the background, we've got to get something. It just hasn't delivered what we thought we were going to get. Maybe we can have a word with Basil Jacquin as well. But I think he's right up the top. First stop, it will be Pierre Mortefon. Okay. Well, maybe that's his other sail, but it's good. I think we'll go find him. We're gonna have to track him down. He's hiding. It's not easy to get to. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if I'm still working, but hopefully. That could have gone better.
Yeah.
What was the hole? We saw something on the camera. It looked like your front wing was damaged on the trailing edge. Or you're okay on the foil?
Yeah, but I changed it now. So okay. Yeah, I broke it. I destroyed the wing, the board, the back wing, but I'm still alive. Oh, it was tricky. The fact is the race director is pushing. Shouting to me, but I really cannot do anything. And the problem is we straight destroy some gear, so that's not cool. But let's see, this day gonna be tricky.
What's the deal with front wings? Is this something that you have your best one and then a second best one? Are they all pretty solid? Is that how it works? I mean, I don't know.
Not really. For myself, they are more or less all the same.
Okay.
But the fact is I already bring 2, which is good, but I don't have more.
Looked like you were just in the middle. Basil was a bit early, tried to come down, and you got basically squeezed in the middle, like the sandwich, the classic French sandwich.
Attention sailors, the wind is back.
Okay,
Let's go.
yeah, okay, man. Good luck.
10 knots.
Okay,
Occasional gust to 13.
6 to 10. Okay, so we're back in the studio. I think the sound cut out there. It's a shame, actually. It was an interesting interview talking about, well, a bit of damage to the foil, a bit of damage to the board. And again, Pierre didn't know what happened. That's the interesting bit. We're sitting here with the live stream in 3 different angles. We've watched it about 10 times. We can see everything. You know, he's on the water in the middle of that crash and actually didn't see much of it, which was quite mad. I told him in the end it was a bit of a French sandwich. So yeah, very interesting, very, very interesting. And he said also another interesting thing about it, he came here with 2 front wings, which he thought, you know, 2 front wings, that's fine. He's already got rid of 1, so he's only got 1 left. He said maybe next year he's going to come with 5. I also asked him, you know, is there a difference between front wings? You know, you've got 1 front wing, is that your favorite? And then the next one is like a downgrade or something like that. And he's like, no, super happy with both. As soon as I put the other one on, it's as good as the last one. So that didn't seem to bother him. The one thing he was more bothered about was if there was more damage to that wing, you know, for the rest of the competition. Obviously going for a world title, things can happen. And it was a mad because we watched that crash. And what I find crazy about that crash is it didn't look that dramatic. It wasn't high speed, but the damage to boards, you know, leg, wings, you realize that, whoa, it could get pretty nasty if it was a high-speed crash, 100%. Right, just go through a few comments while I've been away. What have we got? I'm just going to go back. Ben predicted 20 to 30 knots. I know I did. It's coming. It's coming. I'm still confident.
It's between 6 to 14 knots, an average of 8.
Well, yeah, 20 to 30 knots. It will. It's going to be interesting. Revolt Wind says 20 to 30 knots is enough for fins to beat foils now. It is, but if it's gusty, not 100%. Not 100% guaranteed. Oh, here we go. We've got Rico Marotti here. What's the inside information? What size you going? 9.0? Big. Okay. So Enrico Marotti's going big. Okay, he's going for lift rather than speed. So let's see if that plays out. It looks like there's wind coming. He's got the head cam on. We're going to be able to be on board with Enrico Marotti, so that's going to be an interesting one. What else have we got? So I'm just going through the comments as well as we're getting ready for the start. 6 riders going to be in this final. Obviously lost 2. Basil Jacquin out for dangerous sailing. And I think that's a fair enough call. When you watch it back, you will see you can't do that. You can't change direction right on the start line like that. And then we also lost Johan So. Johan So over the line early. Maybe safety issues with foils at 20 plus knots. Here is that start. In case you're just tuning in, you missed it. Keep your eye on the 0.7 sail. Basil Jacquin going down into Pierre Mortefon. Ooh, yeah. See, it doesn't look. You're like, when you look at it like that, maybe because it's in slow-mo, you're like, oh, it doesn't look that bad. But obviously the damage that was caused there was quite significant. Oh, yeah, okay. It looks worse when you watch it in full speed. Maybe I was watching the slow-mo. Oh, yeah, look at that. Just trying to work out how the foils got damaged. It must have been between Mateus and Pierre. We've got Dominique saying, any rumours of armoured wetsuits coming to protect from foil blades? No, I wouldn't be surprised. I definitely wouldn't be surprised. Basil should be disqualified for the day, at least, says Lucas. When is there coming a new Idiot's Guide to Slalom? Don't worry, I'm going to get back on my slalom feed. I've got some big plans for the slalom and the speed stuff. Don't you worry. I've spent a lot of time on the waveboard recently, so it's time to get back to the flat water. Maybe going to give some slalom foiling a go. Let's see. Although it looks a bit dangerous, to be honest. This is Enrico Marotti with a head cam on. Okay, so I'm just catching up with all the comments, but it looks like we are good. These are the guys waiting in the wings. Jordi Vonk was actually in a qualifying position the other day, but lost a bit of pressure and didn't end up making it through. We got Pascal watching from Jai Beach in Mune over in Vietnam. Matt looks like he's tuning back in. I'm not sure what Basil was doing there. Did he not realise where the people below him? I think he just didn't want to go over the line, and sometimes you just hope the other guys are going to move with you, but obviously it didn't happen. So, yeah, that's where we're sitting. So we are getting ready for this final. We just heard from Enrico Marotti. He's going on the big stuff. So 9.0. The big wing, which is your 80, I guess 80 wide, about 650 in area, and it's on. I mean, there's wind out there. Don't get me wrong, there's wind out there, but it's moving around. It hasn't kind of stabilized yet. That could be to do with the cloud, but 20 to 30 knots is coming. I mean, you're going to hear me saying that all day, and it's just never going to get here, is it? But that's the plan. It's coming. I really hope it does come. I'm going to be disappointed if it doesn't. Seven, 8 and medium front wing we're hearing. Some people. Yeah, that's the cut on Mateus Isaac. That was the damage on his board from that start line. Anybody want to make some predictions? Enrico Marotti said he won't be the quickest on the reach, but he'll be very consistent. And, you know, you've got worst, you're going to get 6. So what he's thinking is, if I'm consistent, I'm just going, it's going to be a solid result. Or maybe he's thinking if it does drop, he's going to be good. There might be a few guys gambling with a smaller gear, thinking if it picks up, I'm going to be the fastest out there. So there's definitely some equipment gambles here. This is like the equivalent of going on the wet tyres when you think the rain is coming before the rain comes. You know, you never know. So we've got men's winners final, then men runners up final. Still not finished elimination 1. Day number 3 here in Japan for the Fly A&A PWA Windsurfing World Cup. Come on. we want to get something happening here. We want to get them down that reach. Sean Hogan's gone number 1 Pierre, number 2 Matteo, number 3 Enrico. Anybody else want to make some predictions? Last chance. There he is. Boo, boo. Not many good. Here we go. Red flag's going up. Red flag, 4 minutes until the start.
Winners final.
It's getting real, people. Who has gambled on the right gear? There's definitely no gimmies out there. You have to gamble a little bit. Do you go big? Do you go a bit smaller? Look at that. Look at that cloud. Ooh, it's coming. 20 to 30 knots. That's it. We've lost Johan So. We've lost Basil Jacquin. So 2.7 riders out of it. Goya's in there. 2021 foil world champion. Pierre Mortefon. Matthias Isaac. Rakowski. Yakino. And Marotti. Marotti means business. Yeah, we have the onboard camera on Enrico Marotti, the big Croatian, also known as the Manimal, half man, half animal. And he's been living up to that name, especially at the end of Silt, just dominating. And that's what he wants to do here. I like the fact that he's gone big. Looking at the way that's looking, might pay off. There's some big gusts coming through though. When you're on the foil, could get a bit hairy, but that is one man who can hang it on. He's big enough to hold it down. Maciej Rakowski absolutely dominating all week in Silt until that last race where Amado just pipped him. He's got some repairs of his own to do, Basil Jacquin. Ram Man, they're going to call him. We've got old Tars saying either Rakowski or Goya he's going for in this. You've got to pick a top 3, fella. You've got to pick a top 3 in the right order. How many knots? We're hearing 10 to 13 knots. That's roughly what's the number that's being banged around. Sometimes a bit less, sometimes a bit more. But the 10 to 13 seems to be the stable stuff. It looks like it's picking up. But I am forever the optimist. So maybe you shouldn't be listening to me. We got Matt Harskamp saying, my money's on Goya. He's just been quietly going about his business, keeping a low profile. He's going to turn it on for the final. Not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. I'm thinking Matteo Yakino. I'm thinking Marotti. I'm thinking maybe Maciej Rakowski. But then I'm also thinking Goya. I'm also thinking Mortefon. I'm also thinking everybody. Isaac has been absolutely killing it. It's so difficult, isn't it? Pierre, Matteo, Enrico, we're hearing. All right. Getting towards business time, where the starters should be down the bottom end. There they are. So coming in towards that start, there's a few pumps, so maybe it's gone a bit light. See Maciej Rakowski there having a few more pumps, so maybe he thinks he's a bit later than he should be. We're obviously going to get the drone up and see where they're all lining up. You've got Maciej up that top end. We've got Pierre in the middle. quite far out at the moment. As they get closer in, we'll be putting the drone on. There we go. So Maciek second from the top. There we go. We've got Pierre Mortefon. You've got Goya, Marotti down that bottom end. Maciek right up the top, sticking out. If that is a good start, he's in good stead. Goya looking good down the bottom. You've got Matthias Isaac on the Severn looking very good. He hasn't stopped pumping yet. So that is looking very good from Marotti, Goya, Matthias Isaac. Maciek Rakowski a bit further back. Matteo Yukino, couple more little pumps from him. This is going to be close. Right in the mix now. Mortefon not in a good position coming into this first mark. This is the first elimination final. It looks like Matthias Isaac could be the man going round in first place. Nicolas Goya looking good. And it is going to be Matthias Isaac from Brazil round in first place. Goya goes on the inside. Great jibe from him. Then we've got Marotti. Then we've got Matteo Yukino. Rakowski behind him. And it's Yukino that is pumping over the top of the big man, Enrico Marotti. He took the big gear, but just didn't seem to have the lift now. But look at Goya go. I think Matt might have called this one. Nico Goya, the 2021 foil world champion, is looking in very good form here. He got Matthias Isaac down that bottom end who has an inside line. Who will go into this next mark in first place? It's going to be very close. Goya is looking good though. Matthias Isaac is having to come up now, and it is going to be Nico Goya who goes round in first. Matthias Isaac holds on to second place. You've got Yukino right behind him. Then we've got Rakowski. Then we've got inside Marotti goes, and then trailing at the moment is Mortefon. They're putting in the pumps right now, but Nicolas Goya is leading this one. Matthias Isaac, Yukino, both in this still. Any mistakes from Goya and they will be there to capitalise on any mistakes. That's the crowd watching on the beach, but out on the water, Nicolas Goya. Will he kick off this Japanese event with a win? It's looking very good at the moment from the Frenchman and the 2021 world champion. Here we go, Nicolas Goya round in first. Second place is still Matthias Isaac. Then we've got Matteo Yukino trying to go a little bit inside. Maciek Rakowski. Then we've got Marotti. Then we've got Mortefon. Mortefon struggling at the moment. Didn't have the best start, but it's Nico Goya. He's looking in control here. Could be getting the first bullet on the board. This is the way he wanted to come into Silt. It didn't quite happen though in Silt, but it is happening here in Japan. It looks pretty light. He looks on a small sail. Doesn't seem to be slowing down. Nico Goya goes round the last mark in first place. Matthias Isaac, good jibe from the Brazilian. The Italian, Yukino in third. Rakowski still in fourth. Then Marotti, then Mortefon. Out in the front though, it's Nicolas Goya who's having a fight now with Matthias Isaac. Matthias Isaac is pumping all the way down this reach, and he is going to go right to the end here. Goya versus Matthias Isaac. I think Goya's got this. He's not having to pump. Isaac has given him a good run, but it is going to be Nico Goya who wins the first elimination at the 2022 Japanese PWA World Cup. Second place, Matthias Isaac. Third place, Matteo Yukino. Then Rakowski. Then Marotti. And then bringing in sixth place, it is Pierre Mortefon. Nicolas Goya, there we go. Matt called it. Nicolas Goya keeping a low profile and just putting it down there in the final. There we go. That was a start. Nico Goya in the middle. You had Rakowski up the top end. It did seem to favour the guys down that pin end. But it was Matthias Isaac who went on the first mark in first place. But Goya took that inside line. And after that, there was only one man going to win this race. Nicolas Goya, the 2021 and reigning foil world champion, looks like he's back in the game. Look at that, just so confident. I mean, the guy has won so many heats in the past. As soon as he's in the lead, it doesn't look like you're going to catch him. Although Matthias Isaac giving him a good run for his money. Matthias Isaac, fifth place in Silt. He definitely is in with a chance of the World Championship. He needs the other guys to mess up. He's probably going to need to win this.
Okay.
Okay. How was the race? Congratulations.
The race was interesting. It was light. I went with 7.5 with I think a bit more, but I really good start. I think. So I managed to come second on the mark and I had a very good first drive as I managed the race. But Matteo was catching up on each stretch because I think myself was a bit small. But I still managed to win, which is really good for first race. So yeah, happy.
Perfect, thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, so there we go. I was thinking it looked like he was on a small sail, maybe struggling a bit for power, and I think he was worried about Matthias Isaac, but he had enough to hold him off. Good start, though. That is the way you want to start off this competition. Nicholas Goya, a few people maybe counting him out, maybe saying, oh, has he lost it? Is there something going on? I think he's proved them wrong, hasn't he? Kicking off this event with a win. So, how were the other rankings? Like I said, few people very consistent there. Rakowski, 4th place, solid. Matteo Iachino, 3rd place. Matthias Isaac, 2nd. Oh, yeah, still on for that world title. Who is in the pole position now? It's probably Maciek, yeah. Maciek and Matteo Iachino, level pegging, I think, for the world title. Obviously still early days. I mean, I have to say, in racing like that, you know the fin just would not have happened. And that is where the foil comes into its own. You get some close racing with the fin. It just wouldn't happen. Too many big holes, but with the foil, you can just glide through them. So that is where it's worth its salt. Well, I'm saying awesome production. More people should be watching this. Well, I think timing-wise, I think the replay will probably go well. Okay, so I wasn't sure if we had sound there. Maciej Rakowski, like I said, solid 4th place. Don't want to, you can't win it on the first race, but you can lose it, and I think that kind of goes down. Here we go, runners-up final. We've got Cousin, we've got Kestel, we've got Hubert, Jules, Benedetti, Vrieswijk, Jazunas, Kenta. Vrieswijk will want this as his discard, but he's going to want to win it if it's not his discard. Jazunas down that bottom end. Good start from him on the 0.7 sail. Just upwind of him is Benedetti on the Neil Pride, having a good tussle here. Then we've got Amado Vrieswijk on that Severn, just upwind of him on the red sail. Anton Cousin Kestel in about 4th place at the moment. William Huber on the duotone in there as well. Look at this, cranked over, and it's looking like Ritis. Looking very good on the 0.7, but look at Amado Vrieswijk, 103 kilos, just absolutely powering down this reach and goes into the lead. Devastating board speed from the Bonarian, as he goes round in 1st place. So Amado Vrieswijk 1st. 2nd place, oh, sketchy from Kestel. Benedetti on the Neil Pride in 2nd, looking good. Ritis going right off the mark there, and he's dropped right back. William Huber, 3rd place in 2021 in the foil title race, is in the mix there in 3rd place. But look at the speed of Amado Vrieswijk. He's not out of this world title race just yet. He's out of the first final, but just look at the speed. 103 kilos. He's an absolute beast right now. Going around in 1st place. If he wins this runners-up final, he will be taking home in 9th place. Again, not what he wants, but it's better than a double digit. Really didn't want to be in this runners-up final. Obviously, he came into this competition in pole position after winning Silt, his first ever men's slalom win. Oh, I just heard there's a big crash. There was a big shout. I'm not quite sure what happened. Didn't see it on our screens, but Amado Vrieswijk is still leading. 2nd place. Someone has crashed. Well, there, it was Benedetti just going down as we came into that mark before. Good job on the replays, boys. We missed that on the live, but nice replay there. Just shows. I heard the Japanese crowd go wild on the beach. But Amado Vrieswijk, no mistakes from him at the front of the fleet. Very, very solid. Last jibe mark, we got William Huber in second place. Then we've got Kuzan, followed by Kestel. And then it looks like Ritas Jazunas just coming round now. Pretty solid from him, but it is only one winner in this one. Amado Vrieswijk looked every bit a finalist, even though this is the runners-up final. So be looking out for him at this competition. Looks like he's got the speed. Second place in it, William Hubert. Then we've got Alexander Kuzan in third place. Anton Kestel. Then Ritis Jazunas from Lithuania. And then we've got the Severn. Maybe that's the Japanese rider, Kenta. So, yeah, up in the runners-up final. Good showing from the Japanese fella to make it into the top 16. See the back wind of that sail. I mean, it's hard to remember. Not it's hard to remember, but you shouldn't forget that Amado Vrieswijk is just such a good freestyler, world champion last year, and just does some of the most insane stuff. He's switched over to racing. Oh, he did well to hold that. Amado Vrieswijk, there was a big old gust or something happened then. He did so well to hold that thing down. Benedetti in the background, obviously, just got it a bit too loose. It just wasn't happening. Mad stuff. Okay, so there we go. We have finished elimination 1 for the men and the women. In the women, it was Marion Mortafon just ahead of Hella Oppendow with Quan Ching from Hong Kong, an unsponsored rider. She'd cobbled together some gear from friends and family to make it here to Japan, and she's ended up finishing third in the first elimination. So big shout out to the Hong Kong rider. In the men, obviously we just watched that. Nicholas Goya, 2021 foil champion, winning the first elimination. Second place, Matthias Isaac looked every bit a title contender in that race. And third place, it was Matteo Iachino, ever consistent. It'd be hard to bet against him for a world title this year. But Maciek Rakowski right behind him, still in the mix. Let's see. Amado Vrieswijk obviously winning that runners-up final. Can't count him out, but he's going to need to make finals from now on. He's going to need mistakes from other riders. Basher said, I'd say that looks like Amado is back in the game, but we need to see a lot more races. He needs to make finals. That's the thing. And anything can happen. We've seen it here. If you get taken out, if you get a bit of bad luck, it's sometimes not always your fault. So already having your discard in the first elimination won't feel great, but this guy just eats up pressure. He always seems cool, calm, collected. Big fella. Again, got that harness on, the half waist, half seat. It's an interesting thing. I saw Enrico Marotti as well, same harness. So there's something in it, in-betweener. Anyone else got an in-betweener? He's a big fella, though. Look at him. I mean, he has got an impact vest on, but he is a monster. And people were saying, what happened to Amado in freestyle in silt? Well, when you weigh 103 kilos, it's definitely got to hinder your freestyle maneuverability. Okay, we're into sequence for Elimination 2. Yes, we are on starting Elimination 2. We've got 2 early rounds, Heat 1 and Heat 2. Then we go to the quarter finals. Yes, no, we don't. We go to the one before the quarterfinals. Then we got quarters, semis, and finals. So quite a few rounds to get through. We're going to run 6 men's heats, then 4 women's heats. Then we're going to go back to the quarterfinals from the men, semi-finals for the women, semi-finals for the men, and then finals coming up in that order. Yellow flag is up, so less than 2 minutes to go to heat number 1. Heat number 1, we've got Suzuki, Dagan, Tajima, we've got Irad, we've got Kusuma, Odate, Kuromochi, and Uno. Again, usually harder to call these early rounds. We're hearing there's like 6 to 10 knots with gusts of 13. So this wind that I've been predicting all day yesterday and all morning is not quite delivering at the moment. I'm still hopeful we're going to end up on fins at some point, but it's not looking great at the moment. Still good racing, but not the sort of strong, strength of the wind we were looking for. We got Stream Facts saying, do you think Kevlar suits will be a thing in foiling? Well, looking at what happened before, you never know. I'd definitely be one if I was racing out there, be kind of looking into one. Okay, so we're coming up to the start of heat number 1, elimination 2. We've got one of, I think, Onu, maybe on that duotone sail, is first up towards the line. Let's hope he doesn't go over early, because we've had a few going up pretty early. Oh, surely not. That must be way... Well, it'll be very... Oh, it's a good start. Okay, so there must have been a lot of people off the money there, because it is a good start. And it's... who is that? It's Kuromochi, I think it is, or Kusuna, with a good start. But Arnon Dagan down this bottom end on the Neil Pride, he was nowhere near the start, but it didn't need to be because he has got decent speed. So Arnon Dagan is going into the lead. We got Kutsuma also in the mix. On the RRD sail, I think it's Ono, but we'll have to wait and see when they come round this first mark at who we've actually got right up in the mix. Talsmar looks like he's going well, but it's Arnon Dagan round in first place. Then we've got 75, which is Tajmar. Then we've got the Belgian rider, which is Erard. And then we've got Japan 54, which is Kuromochi. So Kuromochi on that loft sail. Erard from Belgium on the Neil Pride. Tajima from Japan on the RRD sail, small RRD sail, and he's giving Arnon a run for his money. And then the Flying Camel out in the front, Arnon Dagan, looking pretty solid at the moment. You'd expect him to go through this first round. He got PMS in the first elimination. So Arnon Dagan round in first. Tajima in second, just touching down. Erard in third place. And then Kuromochi in fourth place, still on the loft sail. So early rounds, guys, just got to keep it together, get yourself in the top 4 and make it through to the next round where you start to see some of the seeded riders. The Flying Camel looking pretty solid here. Obviously his brand, Future Fly, have got a bit of interest in Amala Vrieswijk winning the world title here. We've got a bit of work to do. So Arnon round in first place. Second place still the same. No, second place Erard from Belgium up into second now. And Tajima dropping down a little bit with Kuromochi coming through in fourth place. Looks pretty solid for this top 4. It's going to be a little bit of an easy one, I think. There we go, a couple of the further back riders just coming through. Out in front though, Arnaud Degan looking good. Irad in second place. Tajima in third, and it's still Kuramochi in fourth place. So pretty easy one for the top four there, just cruising around the race, and they will go into the next round where things will get a little bit more tricky. But nice to make it through the early rounds. Arnaud Degan obviously getting the win. Irad from Belgium. Tajima from Japan. And then it's going to be fourth place from Kuramochi. That was the start. I was thinking someone had gone so early, but they were just on the line. Japan 33, who had the hell of a start. That was Kutsuna. Hell of a start, but just didn't quite have the speed. There we go. Nice looking jibe from the boys at the front. Make it look easy. We a little bit loose there, but coming through it unscathed. Okay, heat number 2 coming up. Benedetti, interesting, because he was in the top 16, I thought. So maybe I was. That can't be right, can it? That's not right, no. I was going to say he was in the top 16, one of the riders in that, so that can't be the heat for this. But here we go, straight in. Please, no one be over. Keep it clean. Oh, is it a clean start? It's a good one. We've got good start. Macmillan from Australia sailing with the Thai number. Is down the bottom end. He's, I think he's 17 years old and he's over 100 kilos. So he's a big fella and he's got the speed. We've also got France 951, 945, which is Macker in this. So Macker and Macmillan looking good. They look like they're going to be heading up this way. Also Japan 11, which is Tomizawa in third place. Looking good. Good jibe from Macmillan though. Look at the speed of the fella. 17 years old, absolutely flying. Japan 99, which is Kodama. So Macmillan in first, Macker from France in second. Then we got Tomizawa, and then we got France 99, Kodama. That's your top four at the moment. Kimura right behind them. We got Ritake. Will be there to pick up the pieces if anyone makes any mistakes. But the young Aussie, I think he's got dual passports, Taiwanese passport and Aussie passport. But Macmillan round in first place. Second place, Macker. Tomizawa in third and Kodama in fourth place. Again, these early rounds you usually see that top four breaking out from the rest of the pack. And actually we've got someone sailing on a fin, which is fair play. We like to see a bit of fin sailing going on. So there is a bit of wind out there, just to give you an idea, flying around on the bigger slalom kit. Macmillan looking good. Say, if you were following this week, I met him over in Portugal for the Techno Worlds. And he's grown a little bit since then. But Macmillan and Macker look very solid. Tomizawa and Kodama also looking very solid in this top four. This is going to be a bit of a cruise into the next round for these guys. Yeah, solid as a rock. Macmillan gone for a little pink number. Does look like it's picking up. I'm going to keep banging that drum all day. So McMillan will take this early round in elimination 2, moves into round number 2. Makur obviously moves in as well, just a cruise for him on the Neil Pride. Then we've got Tomizawa from Japan into the next round. And then Kodama just coming through in 4th place. Great start from these two though, Makur and McMillan, right on the money. You don't need to push super hard, just need to be in that top 4 as per usual. Billy Short says the Beast 2. You never know. Go Oz. McMillan for the win. Got a bit of support. Matt saying he's one of the back markers on the fin. Yes, they are. Kuros Kiani there. With the New Zealander. Oh, Aussie. I'm just winding people up. They don't like it when I get the flags wrong. Okay, heat number 3. Okay, so Koyinda, Tan, we got Anami, Kurdle, Kitahara, Everard, Nagai, and Tajmal. Sorry, you have updated already. Sorry, just I was doing a bit of maths at the same time. I didn't need to. Just need to look at the screen. Got East Coast Sailing Centre says, well done. He is fast. He is fast. He's made that look easy. So into the second round, this elimination 2. A few more seeded riders coming in. We've got Kurdle, who obviously had that big crash in the first elimination, which ended up with his sail being split in half. So that is why he's in this round. Expect him to be at the front, if not win this one pretty comfortably, you'd expect. He is the IQ Foil World Champion for 2022. And he cleaned up there, I've got to say. It was a hell of a week of sailing. What time have we got over in Europe? Is there anyone still up? It's like 3 in the morning or something. Sarah Jackson. Doing a bit of tweaking. So, heat number 3. Let's have a look if we can get the GPS. There is a GPS site if people like to follow that. Like I said, we've got it on the live, so I'm sure for you guys you don't really need to. But it does help me out, especially in these earlier heats. Okay, so yellow flag looks like it's still up, so we've still got over a minute to go. Not seeing those 30-knot winds we were hoping for, but still hopeful. Still hopeful. So a few of the women just getting ready to go out. We've got 6 heats of men. We're already on heat number 3. So after this one, we'll have 3 more. And then we'll be going into the 4 women's heats. Quarterfinals for the women. And then we're going back to the quarterfinals for the men. Marion Mortafont looks like she's just been out to test the gear. Definitely not on her big stuff. So there is breeze on the course. Coming in towards the start now. I can see Tajima, Japan 75. Kuyinda, Tan and Nami on the Severn. We've got Kurdel on the Severn as well. There we go, good start. We're here in heat number 3. Kurdal obviously in the mix. We got a Nami in there as well. And it looks like we got a bit more breeze on the course. Look, there's a few more scary looking moments coming up, I feel. There is plenty of breeze now. Big gust coming through as Anami and Kurdal hammer down this first reach. Looks like the two Severn riders are going to be first and second into this first mark. The IQ Foil World Champion is going to be the first one round. So Kurdal rounding first. Then we've got Anami. Then we got Tajima. We've also got the Neil Pride, of Erard, is it? Pretty sure it is. It's getting a bit loose. Getting a bit loose. It's only going to get looser as we go through this elimination and the wind picks up. There's a few more white caps on the water and you can see a lot more power coming from the rigs and the foils. Kurdal, this should be a walk in the park for him. Not used to seeing him this far down. So Anami, good job for him in second place. Tajima in third place and Erard from Belgium. Making it look very comfortable right now. I mean, that's the question at the moment. What is the optimum weight for foiling? What, you see people like Amado Vrieswijk, piling on the pounds to get up to over 100 kilos. And then you've got the IQ Foil World Champion, Kurdal, who's just won. And he doesn't look that big at the moment. So it's an interesting one. Maybe it is changing a little bit. But at the moment, Arad from Belgium in fourth place. We've got Tajima in third. We've got Anami from Japan in second. And Kurdal leading it at the moment and looking very comfortable. Oh, a bit of a crash on this inside. Japan 22, that's Koyinda. And Kitara. Easy work for the IQ Foil World Champion. Wins that one with a healthy looking lead over the rest of the pack. Like I said, had a big crash in that elimination one. That's why he's back down here in this second round. We're used to seeing him already seeded in the top 16. So quite a cruisy one for him. We've got Anami, had some good fights with him actually in the Deafy Wind when I was there. Tajima and Erard from Belgium qualify to the quarterfinals. Good start from the two Severn riders there. Anami especially down that bottom end. But there was only one man really dominating that race. Sebastian Kurdal from Germany. So heat number 4 coming up. We've got another top seed in this who had a bit of a shocker in that first elimination. Just seeing a couple of the highlights, obviously, from that last round. There he is, Kudel. So, yeah, Jordy Vonk in this one. A bit of a shock early exit for him the other day when he dropped off the plane mid-race and lost from a qualifying position back out to not qualifying. So he finds himself in the second round as well. They're lining up for the start, so not long to go. Vonk. We've got TMA in this one. Well, there's some big names in this. Kernam, Martini, Nakai, Dagan, Kudu, Kuramochi. This is a big heat. This is quite stacked for the second round. So this won't be easy. Whoa, pinged start in the middle. That's Kernam with really pulling out the pin and banger there. And we've got Bruno Martini just below me. It is a good start. I was waiting for an over early, but Sebastian Kernam is on the money. So Kernam is the leading Neil Pride. Down below, closest to us, is Bruno Martini. Then we've got Jimmy Tieme on that duotone, and Arnon Degan a little bit further back in fourth place, but it will be Sebastian Kernam who goes round in first, Bruno Martini in second place. Then we've got Jimmy Tieme and Arnon Degan going through. It's Arnon Degan in third place, Jimmy Tieme in fourth. So, the big guns, PWA regulars, all finding themselves in this second round draw. Kernam, one of the smallest top end foilers that you'd have to say. He's not a big fella. He's got to be around 80 kilos. But he's had to have some pretty big guns here. So Sebastian Kernam, first place. Oh, Bruno Martini. Oh, Jimmy Tieme did really well to avoid Bruno there. Oh, my life. That could have been so nasty. That could have been. That's what you just don't want to see. That is horrendous. Watch Bruno Martini gets loose, drops to the inside. And Jimmy, if he wasn't have his wits about him there, he could have carved straight into him and hit him full power with the foil. Oh, mate, that is that's scary stuff to see. Just brings home how real it can get. Kernam still in first. Arnon Degan second. Jimmy Tieme third. Now, who is in fourth? That's the question. 8 to 14 knots on the course. Oh, crash. Sorry, Jordy Vonk. I was saying Jimmy Tieme. Jordy Vonk's up in the mix. Apologies. I saw the duotone. I kept forgetting Junk was in this. So, once again, apology. Kernam, though, no doubt about the leader. Then we've got Jordy Vonk, who did the evasive action. Then we've got Arnon Degan, and then Jimmy Tieme. Again, apologies. And Bruno Martini, shocker for him. We know he's got the speed, although Arnon Degan, not a great last jibe from him, but he will get going again, and it'll be hard for him to get overtaken. Kernam wins it, gets himself into the quarterfinals. Jordy Vonk also into the quarterfinals. Jimmy Tieme into the quarterfinals. And Arnon Degan into the quarterfinals. And Bruno Martini, after that mistake at the buoy, will miss out. Oh, Bruno Martini's going to be very upset with that. The mistake on that jibe has really cost him. It was that first jibe. It was the two Neil Prides that were leading out. Yeah, apologies. It was obviously Jordy Vonk from the beginning who was in the mix. Jimmy Tieme was obviously a bit further back. And here's that jibe. Missed jibe there. Oh, he did so well to avoid that. All right, heat number 5 up next. Let me just refresh. Make sure we've got all of our riders in here. We've got Asano, and guess who else we've got in this second round? Albo. Yeah, he had a bit of a shocker in that first elimination. We've got Kanagami, we've got Ikoma, we've got Nakajima, we've got Maka, Yamada, and Tomizawa. We've got Hendrik chipping in from over in Denmark. Says, loving the live stream. Good job. Boys are doing a good job, I have to say. And here we go. We're straight up to this start. We are in. And guess who's over the line first? It is, of course, Antoine Albo. For people who don't know, not been following social media, not been following the news, Albo is retiring from the PWA. This will be his last ever event. So, will he get a race win? Can he beat some of the young guns? He's over 50 now, but he's still got it. He's still going to be doing long distance races. He's still going to be Defi wins, promotional events. Might even do PWAs if there's ever one in France, he said. So he's not going anywhere. He's just not doing the full tour from now on. So Albo, round in first place. Of course he is. Oh, someone's gone down on the Neil Pride. I think that could be Makur on the Neil Pride who went down. But it's still Albo out in the lead. Makur took a little bit of a dip there. Asano looking good from Japan. We got Tomizawa in there. We got Kanagami. So the Japanese crew giving a good account of themselves. And Makur is going to have to go some to get back in this race. Antoine Albo, the big man from France. 25 world titles this guy's got. Can you believe it? 25 different world titles. And not just all in racing, not just in speed and stuff like this. He's got a freestyle world title in there. Crazy. Absolute craziness. Look at that. Japanese crew having a good race here. Makur's got some work to do. He is catching up though. Albo looking very solid at the front of the fleet. Second place, Tomizawa at the moment. Then Makur is already up into third place. Kanigawa, and we got Asano. So making it a good race, this. Antoine Albo. But keep your eye on the third and fourth, fifth place riders, because obviously 4 go through, fifth place rider goes out. Makur's already made a challenge. This is the fight for fourth place. With 25, which is Asano. He's been doing it a long time, Asano, going against Japan 16, which is Kanagami. Como just going down, but definitely Albo got this in the bag. Second place, Tomizawa. Behind him, Makur up into third place. Who is going to get the fourth spot? Oh, Tomizawa's going down. This could open the door for the next 2 Japanese riders. And I think it does. I think Asano's going to come through here. And Kanagami. So Kanagami and Asano are going to come through and overtake Tomizawa on the last reach. A mistake on that last jibe mark has opened the tour for the 2 Japanese boys, and they are going to do it. So Albo wins it. Tomizawa, I'm just looking. It was Kamigami. Oh, it's close. Whoa, that was when Makur went down. He managed to get back on pretty nicely, though. Albo. Can he at least... Well, he's going to get into final, surely. Oh, that was that crash. Oh, nasty. Feeling for him. Okay, last heat of this round. Second round, elimination 2. And they're lining up for the start. Bontemps, Kaku, Bordes, Jeanhao, Franz, Macmillan, Takajima, and Kodama. Macmillan, we've seen him already. He's on the challenger cell down this bottom end. He's down there with Kodama as well. But Macmillan got some speed, hasn't he? Bontemps in the pride in the middle of your picture. And who's that on the fin? Go on the fin. Oh, yes. That's what we like to see. The Finn boys taking it to him. I don't think he's got a GPS on. Oh, I'm gutted. Who is it? Let's have a look. That's Tati Franz, surely. It's got to be Tati Franz. Yes, it is. MB9, Tati Franz on the fin, going round in first. I can hear all the boys at home. Yeah, go on the fin. Oh, lovely to see. Tati Franz out in the lead. Yeah, look at that. There's something about seeing a fin blasting through the chop that just looks so nice. Don't get me wrong, I love the foil, but the fin, it's got a little special place in my heart. Tati Franz, look at that. Got ahead of a bit of a lead already. Macmillan behind him. Taiwan. Well, not Taiwan. Taiwan. Thailand 1. Tati Franz, can he hold it above the fins? I mean, above the foils. Tati Franz in first. Macmillan in second place. We got Bontemps as well on the Neil Pride. We've got Cedric Board on the Severn. So Tati Franz, Macmillan, Bontemps and Board. They're catching him up though, aren't they? Tati Franz is doing his best to hold him off on the fin, but Macmillan is coming in quick. Could he have him on this jibe mark? This is where the foils do have the edge on the jibe, so Tati Franz goes in first place. Can the foils catch him up? There we go. Lovely jibe from Macmillan is going to sell. Oh, Cedric Board goes down. Crashes on that jibe mark. Bontemps just tootles around. Board has got a fair bit of time to get back on, but he's not landed in a good position. Macmillan going quick. Nice race. So Tati Franz, second place at the moment. Macmillan, Tati's got to go on the inside here. He does, surely. It's not all over for the Finn. I know you don't have to win this race, but it's quite a nice little battle, isn't it? Macmillan on the foil, Tati Franz on the fin. We've got Bontemps in third place. Who is in fourth place? That's the question. That's the next one to qualify. It's not Cedric Board, I don't think. So Cedric Board with a bit of work to do. It's going to be Macmillan that wins this, though. Good battle between Finn and foil. Tati Franz in second. Bontemps in third. And I think it's John Howe from Singapore who is at the moment in fourth place. Can Cedric Board catch up? He's closing in on him. Cedric Board is closing in on the GPS. We can't quite see it on your screens, but there's a real fight going on for fourth place in the last qualifying spot between Cedric Boards and the Singapore rider, John Howe. It looks like Cedric Board has just overtaken him on the last reach. Like I said, not on your screens, but it was a very close battle. Just watch the highlights of that race. There we go. There's a lot of comments coming in, loving the Finn versus foil racing. There's something about Tati Franz. He's not even losing much ground on the jibe, says Basha. Yeah, I think that might have been before the last jibe. Spoke too soon, exactly. Will on F4 foils against the Finn. Epic race. Very little difference in straight line speed. That's the problem. The foil isn't that much slower than the Finn, but on the jibes, that's where you're pulling out. It looks like those boys had a good race. You could see Macmillan looking back there. He looked like he loved that. Really nice to see. I mean, that's quite a classic picture, isn't it? The Finn versus foil. We've got Sean Hogan saying Antoine Albo will be over in New Caledonia for the... oh, is that a general recall? No? Look at that. That's picking up now. It's the first of the women's. It is on right now. First women's heat of the day.
Okay, that was a good start for ladies 1. Red flag up, ladies 2.
Red flag up is up. So they come round. Oh, there's a bit of carnage here. Oh, just don't want to go in. The inside, scary. Who's out in the front? Looks like Cousin Kestel out in the lead. Second place is Gibson. Then we've got Quan Ching. Reed was the rider to go down on that first mark. Quan Ching, like I said, no sponsors, finished third in the first elimination. Really good showing from her. But out in the front, it's Cousin Kestel. Quan Ching in second place. Gibson on the duotone in the mix as well. This is the further back pack. There's a leading pack just ahead of this pack, which is where all the movement is. There we go. There's Cousin Kestel leading. Quan Ching in second place. Jackson. Sorry, I say Jackson. I mean Gibson. In third place. Steinlein also in there from Germany. And we've also got the Israeli in this. It's Tibby. So quite a hotly contested one, this. Bit more breeze from the first day. This was what was happening at the first one. This is when Reed went down. She was in a good position. Just had to take avoiding action. Gibson did really well there. So Cousin Kestel looking good. Quan Ching from Hong Kong. Gibson in the mix. Then we've got Steinlein and Tibby all to play for. 4 go through to the next round. Really is all to play for. Quan Ching does not have a sponsor. She's got 1 foot out the strap, 1 foot in. She's making it happen though. Cousin Kestel looking in control at the front of the fleet. Let's see her around that jibe mark. Second and third, fourth's going to be really tight. Gibson still in second place. Quan Ching now into third. And then Steinlein looks like she's up into fourth place. And it's Tibby from Israel who's missing out. She's going to need a mistake, or she's going to need to find some speed on this last reach. She's going to have to throw it all down because top 4 is the ones that qualify. If you're outside that, you won't be going through to the next round. So it's all on this last reach. Cousin Kestel wins it. Gibson looking good. It's really close. Quan Ching, Steinlein, but Tibby from Israel is gone low and putting out the speed. I don't know if it's going to be enough. She's giving it a good go. Well, it's close. We'll have to wait and see for the official results before we call that. Wind is picking up. I told you it was picking up. Like a broken record here. Yeah, it was that mistake from Reed that really cost her a position in the semi-finals for the women, because this is the quarters. Some good racing going on there though. So heat number 2, Oppendahl, Isada, Yamabe, Jackson, Alabao, Suzuki and Ishii. So who we got? We got Oppendahl down this bottom end. It looks like Jackson's down this bottom end on the duotone as well. Alabao on the Severn. Hotly contested pin end action. You can see there's plenty of breeze out there. There's some big gusts coming through. Expect to see some pretty big crashes in this foiling discipline as we get through these rounds, because the wind is picking up. You can see the white caps in the background. We've already seen Tatty Franz on the fin, so there's plenty of breeze out there because he wasn't on a big sail. So we will see some breaching of the foils and some big crashes. Let's hope we don't have any injuries, because if you are in the way when you go down, if the next rider can't stop, well, let's see. Alabao just looking behind her as she goes round in first place. Jackson in second. So Alabao, we got Yamabe in there, Oppendal as well. That's your top four. So Alabao, Jackson, Yamabe and Oppendal. It's Oppendal in third, actually. Yamabe's in fourth. Isada behind her, then Suzuki, then Ishii. Alabao looking good at the front of the fleet. Jackson also looking pretty solid. She's got a broken foot at the moment, broken metatarsal, so doing well to even be competing here. But she said she wasn't going to miss it. It's one event, and you never know. But she said she's struggling in the lighter winds, especially with the pumping. But Alabao, first place. Jackson, second. Third place, Oppendal. Oppendal was second in the first elimination final. Then we got Yamabe. Yep, Yamabe in fourth place, followed by Isadal behind her. Wind is picking up. It's only going to get windier. Oh, bucking Bronco in the background. No, Suzuki. So Alabao keeping it solid. Jackson second. Easy qualification at the moment for these girls. We got Oppendal's just gone round, followed by Yamabe. Yamabe getting pretty loose. Come on, keep it together. Someone could jibe inside here. She's left the door open. Alabao, Jackson looking solid. Oppendal just keeping it there. Keeping it there. Oh, already a little bit of a mistake, but not in a qualifying position, so that won't make too much difference.
The wind on the course remains really gusty. It has dropped a bit now, but it's 9 to 15.
9 to 15 knots on the course area we're hearing. So it looks solid for Alabao, Jackson and Oppendal. That's your top three, and it's I think it's still Yamabe. Yep, Yamabe from Japan in fourth place in the background. So that will be your semi-finalists. There she is, Yamabe. Solid race from her, a little bit further back than the three, PWA regulars, but solid. Gets herself into that semi-final. Good start from the women. Alabao controlled that race, though, from beginning to end. Okay, heat number 3 coming up next. Already lining up for the start. So, Lemaitre, we got Najima, Amayama, Sonaga, Costin, Offringa in this, and Suzuki. Ooh, that looked quite early, but maybe it was okay. Looks solid. Japan 4 down this bottom end had a really good start. Najima, she's been having really good starts actually all week. Also Japan 22 is that. I don't see a 22 on my list, so that's confusing me. So Najima is out there leading. We've got Kosin from Australia in the mix as well. Someone's on the fin. Is that Sarakita Offringa? I think it might be. So Sarakita choosing to go with the fin, that pink helmet. France 171 is Lemaitre. Nice to see. Some fins slipping in, isn't it? It's just good to see. How is it going to play out for her? That's the question. Oh, big crash on that first reach. We missed that the first time round, but that is nasty. But Najima from Japan looking good. France 171. Lemaitre just in from France as well. We've got Sarah Kita off ringer behind them on the fin. Who's the fastest on the straight line? Who's the fastest round the jibes? So Justine round in first place now. Najima dropping to second. On the inside goes Sarah Kita off ringer. We were talking at dinner last night whether she'd go on the fin or would she go on the foil. Should she practice more on the foil or should she go safe on the fin? Well, the answer's there. She's gone on the fin, and it's an interesting matchup. It always looks like you've got to work so much harder on the fin to get the speed. You know, you look at the drag difference, it's just insane. But it's Justine Lemaitre in first place. Then we got Najima off ringer, and then Sunaga and Anayama, the two Japanese riders, fighting it out for that fourth place. Good mark round in from the first two. Sarah Kita still holding it on in third place. She's struggling to get out those jibes though, isn't it? She's got the two foils behind her. She really needs some wind. Anayama, Sunaga having a little battle here. Justine is absolutely flying in the front, looking very much in control. So Lemaitre, first place. Then we've got Najima, and Sarah Kita's putting in a bit of pressure here with an inside jibe. The foil just cruises round the outside, making it look easy. So she'll be using this to judge whether she should go on the foil in the next one or should she risk it on the fin. What do you think she should do? Let me know in the comments below. Tati Franz, it looks like the Caribbean guys, you know, the ABC Islands. Tati Franz on the fin. Sarah Kita on the fin. So Justine Lemaitre wins it. Najima in second. Sarah Kita in third. And fourth place, there's still that fight. It looks like Anayama from Japan is going to edge out Sunaga. It's close, though. It's going to come right down to it. Oh, it is really close. Sunaga putting a charge in at the end, but I think it's Anayama that takes it. That was the start. There was that big crash. Whoa, nasty. All right, last of the quarterfinals for the women, and then we go back to the men. So we've got the event leader at the moment, Mortefon, going against Davico from France, Tenhei from New Zealand, Suzuki from Japan, Saiki from Japan, Lescaju from New Caledonia, and Kabata from Japan. And there we go. There's the start. We've got a few fins in this. In fact, we've got 3 riders on the fin. Oh, no, there's 2. Apologies, it was just a low foil. Mortefon in the middle. Again, this is the decision-making process, is what is better in these conditions. Yes, it's windy, but it's gusty. So the foil on the jibes has the edge. But it looks like Davico from France has gone on the fin, and she's flying on that loft sail, looking very good. Also, we've got a Japanese rider as well on the Neil Pride, 71, which is Saiki. Oh, no, she's not on the... I keep seeing she's very low rider. She's mixing it between. We got Lescaju, I think, also on the fin. Davico, you can see there's the difference on the fin, just dropping at the jibes and the foils just taking out distance. Out in front, though, Marion Mortefon looking solid. So, Mortefon leading. We've got Saki, who's caught up. Davico on the fin. Lescardot on the fin. They're all in the top 4 at the moment. But Tenhave from New Zealand right in the mix here. Any mistakes from the Finns, any drop in wind, she will be there to capitalise on it. At the moment, though, Saiki from Japan. Oh, a bit of a sketchy jibe, but manages to get round. Davico and Lescardot, 3rd and 4th. Tenhave from New Zealand. Is she going to get an opportunity? Needs those fins to drop off the plane. Or just a slow jibe would probably do it. Mortafont dominating, though, out in front. We are seeing a bit of a change, aren't we, at the top of the wind. We're already on 15 knots, and the foil is still the one to be on. So Mortafont round in first place. Davico from France, having to really struggle to make that mark, and that's going to cost her in the jibe. You might see some foils come through here because she had to slam it round. Lescardot catches up. Tenhave has actually dropped back, and we've got, who's that come through? Davico, Lescardot, Saiki, still in the mix. It's still all to play for. I'm not sure which way this is going to go. It's going to come down to the last jibe mark. We got 2 fins in there. Mortafont obviously leading, and then we got 2 foils. One of them is going to miss out. At the moment, it's Tenhave from New Zealand. Saiki from Japan is in the mix. Lescardot into 3rd place. She's left the door open on the inside for Davico to come through, though. And Davico's going to steal a wind here. No, she's not. Lescardot pumps underneath. And that might be enough to keep the Finns ahead of Tenhave from New Zealand. What are we going to see in the men? Everyone on the foil? Have to wait and see. I'm just seeing Al Bogo out. He's definitely gone on the foil. So Mortafont wins it. She's safely through to the semi-finals. Saiki from Japan, 2nd place. Oh, and it is a battle. It looks like Davico has missed out. I think Davico has missed out, and Tenhave actually gets the 3rd place. I think Lescardot gets the 4th, but Davico, that one jibe really cost her on the loft sail. She was struggling to make the mark, and yeah, oh, that's a shame. She was looking very good all the way through. Okay, here we go. Heat number 7. First of the quarterfinals. Big guns in this. Here we go. Straight in. Whoa, man, there's some speed here. We got Matteo Yukino down this bottom end. Sebastian Kördel. Looks like Pierre Mortafont just upwind from them. And then we've got a real battle for that 4th place. You'd expect Alexander Kuzan to be in the mix and Nami to be in the mix. We got someone going for the fin. He's dropping back though. Looks like this is going to be a foil race. Matteo Yukino looking good. Kördel looking good. Mortafont and Kuzan. They're your top 4 seeded riders, and they look like they're in the top 4. It's going to be the Italian who goes round in first place though. The German in 2nd, followed by the Frenchman. Then another Frenchman, Alexander Kuzan. And we got, looks like Tajima from Japan on the RRD sail. Gave a good account of himself in the early rounds, but he's now coming against the big boys. This is when you first see the top seeded riders enter the mix into the quarterfinals. They're already seeded into this round, so it gets very difficult. Some big gusts coming through the course area, at least up to 15 knots now. Not as strong as we were hoping for, but it's still early in the day. We're about 11:45 local time. Looks very solid from the front four. Yakino, Kördel, Mortafon and Kuzan. Yeah, this could be a pretty relaxed race now with the top four pulling away from the rest of the pack. Never know in foiling though. One mistake can really cost you, especially with the way the breeze is coming through in those big gusts. We saw with Bruno Martini earlier today. So Matteo Yakino, Kördel, still Mortafon and Kuzan. Yeah, Matt's asking what size boards have the Finn riders been on so far? Well, I guess they would have been on medium boards. I don't think it's windy enough for the small board, but you never know. I don't know what they would have brought here. It does still look like foiling weather to me though, just the way the gusts are playing out. We need a bit more wind to get the fins, the best out of the fins. Kördel giving him Yakino a good go in here. Just to see, maybe just testing speed. Yakino does win it. Kördel second though. Mortafon third and Kuzan in fourth place. Good showing though from our fourth place rider, which was Erard from Belgium. Just have a look at the highlights. As I say, no one's pushing too hard in this quarterfinals. If they're in a qualifying spot, just keep it nice and clean. Do what you've got to do, get through to the semis, and then hopefully get through to the final. Then you can start pushing. Well, you've got to push in the semis, don't you get me wrong, but you're not going to let it all hang out if you're one of the top boys. Get a good start, keep it nice and safe.
Miura 半島 for you 贅沢な旅をあなたに Take you for you.
Okay. Heat number 8, second of the quarterfinals. Shakan, Huber, Isaac, Kestel, Kurnam, Vonk, Tieme, Dagan. Yeah, a lot of big names in this one. Be pretty difficult to call. You'd expect Matthias Isaac to be right up in the mix, you know. Shakan got disqualified earlier for dangerous sailing. He's got to do something special here. He'll have a few people looking at him. And then you've got Vonk who went out early. Dagan who went out early. Kurnam went out early. You know, they're all coming through from the earlier rounds. They've already had one race. They're going to be bang up for it. Here we go. We got someone on the fin. Someone on the fin in the middle. Is that Jimmy Tieme? It is. And it's a general recall. General recall. Who's over? Maybe one of the duotones. Look like they're poking out a little bit. Okay, so while we'll wait, let's have a little look. Let's get organised. Like I say, we are into the quarterfinal stages of the men now. So all the seeded riders will be seen on the water. This is where it gets really interesting. This is where we can start to, you know, see riders that are going out early. This is the stage you don't want to go out at. You want to get into that top 16, obviously. If you're in for a world title challenge, you've got to get into that final or you're not going to be in it. There's only one event, and this is it. This is the one left. They've done Silt already. Most of the top riders are still in the game. Nico Goya, who won the first elimination here in Japan, is kind of out of that world title race. 9th place is just too much of a gap to bring up. Someone else will finish higher, who did, well, you know, well in Silt as well. But it's not to stop him winning this event and not to stop him being in between someone who could win the event and the other riders. So that's what's going to make it interesting. We saw Amado Vrieswijk not make the first winners final, but won the runners-up final. Looked very comfortable, very fast. And I'm looking out to see now, and we have got full white caps going on. Can't quite see it from this drone angle, but from down here, looking out the window, it looks fully white. Yeah, there we go. That's a good angle. Look at that. It's picking up. We're about to see stuff get real. I think you remember I said this morning it's going to pick up today. It's took a while. It's only 10 to 12 though. We had an early start today. We were up at like 6:45 or something. So we are on. There's Tibi from Israel. She comes, got 470 background. Obviously used to windsurf back in the day. Then switched over to 470, did some Olympic campaigns, and then has come back. And she's been right up there in the IQ foil worlds, and she's loving it. And this is her first PWA slalom event. Good experience for sure. Okay, let's see if we can work out who was over the line early. Oh, look at that. The wind is coming. Let's get it on. This is going to get exciting. No two ways about it. We got a few comments coming in. Great races and coverage and cameras. What else have we got? Chop hop weather. Yeah, this is getting windy. We're going to see a few people crossing over to the fin, and we haven't had much of this racing where it's been right in the middle because we don't know what is faster. You know, a lot of people are saying, well, the foil now, it's kind of over for the fin. Is it? That's the question. Is it? We're about to find out because we are getting into that kind of weather. It's still a bit gusty. If this wind comes through as it is, maybe those gusts are going to thin out. It's got quite flat water. Could be interesting. Oh, it's bad news. It's absolutely devastating news for Matheus Isaac fans. Over the line, the Brazilian was in the chance of a world title race here. Fifth place in Silt, did well in the first round. He is now out at the quarter-final stages, absolutely gutted. And so is the Danish rider, Sebastian Kernum. Oh, and the wind is picking up. They're absolutely flying out there. Seeing Enrico Marotti come. Oh, no, Sebastian Kernum coming back to the beach. Over the line early, but coming back. Flying. 8 to 13. It looks more like 20, but we're hearing wind speeds of 8 to 13. So maybe it's not as windy as it looks. Maybe the sun has come out and that's what giving off the impression of windy weather. Or maybe my just head is warped after being in Portugal for the last month. We haven't had much wind at all. Okay, so heat number 8. We've lost 2 riders. Matheus Isaac, that's a gutter for the Brazilian fans out there, and obviously the Danish riders who've lost Kurnum. It's going to be hotly tested though. You can see who's in that heat. You've got to push it. You're not going to make top 16 if you back off. Right, comments coming in. Are some foils on smaller boards? Looks like 80 litres, not 91. Yes, there are some smaller foil boards around for sure. In a straight line, Basher says the fin has the potential to be faster, but around the mark, the fin has to follow the wave to keep going, whereas the foil glides through everything. Very true. And the holes in the wind. Again, if it's gusty, the foil is going to win out. Pretty sure about that. 8 knots doesn't white cap like that. Agreed. But there are holes. Here we go. 6 riders lining up. We got a Finn in there. It's Jimmy Tieme. We've got Basil Jacquin down this closest end to you. We've also got Arnon Degan just back from Jimmy Tieme on the Finn. We've got William Huber, looks like in the middle on the duotone. Anton Kestel as well. Jordi Vonk. I keep getting him mixed up with everyone. He used to have such easy numbers for me, but Jordi Vonk it is. Yeah, Jordi Vonk on the duotone, leading. Pretty easy to spot him now. Oh, it's Basil Jacquin, though, on the inside. Jordi Vonk round the outside. Oh, someone laying it down. Jimmy has to go on the inside on the Finn. And what a good jibe from Jimmy Tieme on the Finn. That was lovely to see. Oh, this is going to be a great race. There's about 5 riders left in it. One of them's already dropped in. 4 riders can qualify. You've got in the front Basil Jacquin, followed by Jordi Vonk. Then we got Anton Kestel, Jimmy Tieme, and then third in the world, foil last year, William Huber. At the moment, missing out. But Jimmy Tieme is on the Finn. That is where the interest really is. Can he hold off William Huber in 4th place? Outside jibe mark, Basil Jacquin round in first, followed by Jordi Vonk, then Kestel, and William Huber already goes round in 4th place. And Jimmy Tieme didn't have a good line into that mark, and just look at that jibe. He's been sitting now, and Huber is just pulling out meters and meters on him. You've got to feel it's kind of all over. With a jibe like that, that's the problem. They're not that much faster, if they are faster at all, in the straight line. But on the jibes, that's where it all goes thrown down. So Basil Jacquin, Jordi Vonk, Kestel, that's your top 3. Huber at the moment in 4th place. Jimmy Tieme doing his best to get back in this after that very slow jibe. We've got Arnon Degan behind them. It's kind of all over, though. I think that jibe is what did it. One mistake on the jibe, and it's good night. Basil Jacquin. Solid. Tieme's not given up. Needs a mistake from Huber on this jibe mark. Anything, any glimmer of hope, he's not going to get it. Huber, absolutely seamless. And there we go. That's kind of it. All over, apart from the shouting. Solid race from Basil Jacquin in the final before, but disqualified for dangerous sailing. Good start from Tieme up that top end. Look at that. Look at this jibe. Inside from Jimmy. Had to slam it in as Arnon Degan does the lay down on the foil. You don't usually see the lay down on the foil, although I'm not quite sure it was meant. This is where we gave him a glimmer of hope on the Finn, but it was kind of starting to fade by now. Need more wind. Need more wind, definitely. For the Finn to win out, it needs more wind or less gusts. Alrighty, heat number 9 up next. We've got Enrico Marotti, Jules from France, Rikoski, Jasunas, Albo, Makur, Kanagami, and Asano. So a couple of Japanese contingent in this. Maciej Rikowski in the middle. We've got Albo down this end. Oh my God, that looks so sketchy from Enrico Marotti. I could tell Albo was absolutely bricking it there because that was dangerous. That looked very dangerous to me. Albo actually hit the mark with the foil. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some sort of repercussions from that because that looked dangerous, really did. So Albo manages to go on. Did he damage his foil? That's the question. He hit the rope. It doesn't seem to be slowing him down if it did. So Albo is going to go around in first place. Maciej Rakowski in second. Then we've got Jazunas. Oh, Albo getting loose, getting super loose as Enrico Marotti comes through. Oh, my life. This is sketchy. Look at Marotti go. He's throwing the hammer down. He is going seriously fast. This does look like if he can get some good starts and stay out of trouble, he's going to be winning eliminations in this sort of breeze because he has got the speed. He just took, well, he just went past Maciej like he was standing still. Is Maciej pushing as hard? Maybe not. But just goes to show the speed there from Enrico Marotti. So Marotti in first place now. Maciej in second. Albo in third. Then we've got Jazunas in fourth place. Looks like Kestel. No, it won't be Kestel, will it? Can't be. He's not in this. Jules. It's Jules on the S2 Maui sales. Apologies. And Macker behind him on the Pride. So still all to play for that fourth spot. Really is going to be a close race, this. Enrico Marotti now out in the lead. Used his speed to get there and has backed off a bit now. So first place, Enrico Marotti, then Maciej Rakowski, then we've got Antoine Albo, then we've got Jazunas. Oh, Jazunas goes down just as Macker was coming through. That could have got nasty. There's been some crashes, so there's going to open up that fourth place for Jules and Macker. So real fight for fourth place. Look at it going down. It looks like it's Jules at the moment ahead of Macker. Out in front, though, Enrico Marotti. Second place, Rakowski. Then Albo in third. And then it's Jules, followed by Macker. Real fight for fourth place. Keep your eye on it. At the moment, Jules is leading. Macker trying to get on the inside. Top three look pretty solid. They've got one reach to go. Shouldn't cause any problems here. And Marotti's going to win it quite comfortably in the end. Rakowski in second place, Albo in third, but who's in fourth? Is it Jules on the S2 Maui sales or is it Macker? Well, we don't see from that angle. It looks like it is Jules. Good race. Oh, look at the I mean, that looked nasty, didn't it? If I was Albo, I don't think I'd be very happy with Enrico Marotti there. That could have been super nasty. Be interesting to see if he did damage the foil. What do you guys think at home? Let us know in the comments below. Is that fair sailing? Is that just about racing? Oh. Heat 10 is up next. Johan So, the Beast. We've got Amado Vrieswijk. We've got Goya. We've got Benedetti, Macmillan. We've got Franz, Bontemps, and Board. Macmillan's been going well. 17 years old. Up into the quarterfinals. This is going to be the real test, though. Can he make top four here? Franz, will he be on the fin? If he is, I think he's in trouble because this looks pretty light. I can't see a fin getting through with this caliber of foil sailor. He's giving it a go, though. We've got a Tati Franz up the top end near the boat. And there we go. That is the start. So we've got Benedetti on the Neil Pride down this bottom end on the Neil Pride. Then we've got Macmillan. He's still charging on the Challenger. Also, who have we got in there? We've got Johan So on the 0.7. Oh, someone's gone off on a tangent. Maybe they've gone to the wrong mark. But, oh, someone's getting loose on that Severn up the top end. Franz on the fin. Surely Benedetti had a bit of a miscommunication of where he's going there because it's not worked out for him. But you've got to give it. Amado Vrieswijk leading. Macmillan in third place now because he's been overtaken by Nico Goya. Then we've got, it looks like the Beast in fourth place. Then there's a bit of a run back to Bon Tom, where Tati Franz, Amado Vrieswijk. He looks quick, doesn't he? He's going to be so gutted he didn't make that first final, but he can't do anything about it now. He can only control what happens from now on in. Amado Vrieswijk flying. He's definitely got the speed. Board speed is just insane. The problem they've got is there's quite a few competitors here in Japan, so they're not racking in the results. Amado will want a lot of races. When you've got speed like that, you want to be racking in the eliminations. We've only finished one elimination so far in this competition. But like I say, looking at the speed he's got, he looks in good form today. Amado Vrieswijk sitting in 9th place in this competition and 1st place before coming into this competition. So where does that make him? He's still in the top 5 for sure. Good jibe from Nico Goya. Good jibe from Amado Vrieswijk. McMillan. Oh, come on, McMillan. The Aussie, can he make his first ever semi-final at a World Cup? Oh, he's having a few moments. McMillan is up and down like a kangaroo. Can he keep it together? That's the question. We got the Beast in about 3rd place as well. Amado Vrieswijk, 1 jibe mark to go. This is to get into the semi-finals in the last 16. Elimination 2. Vrieswijk round. Nico Goya round. McMillan, can he keep it together? Come on, son. The Beast in 4th place. There's 2 beasts next to each other. The Beast from Oz, sailing for Thailand, and the Beast from Denmark. There we go. Wins it, Amado. Nico Goya 2nd. Great race from McMillan. Good lad. Into the top 16. And then the Beast, Johan So, in 4th place. Also making the top 16. I mean, to think McMillan was doing techno at 13 years old 4 years ago or 3 years ago or something. He's now 17 years old. He's in the top 16 and his 2nd ever elimination on the PWA. Solid. Really good to see. Right, where are we at? What was that? Where are we? Who am I? Let's have a look. Let's see if I can understand what's going on now. Semi-finals, that's it. Women. Semi-final women. That's where we're at. So first for semi-final for the women coming up. Cousin Kestel, we got Gibson from the UK, we got Quan Ching from Hong Kong, Steinlein from Germany, we got Alabao, obviously from Spain, Jackson from Great Britain, Oppendahl from Norway, and Yamabe from Japan. So a good representation from all around the world in this one. Looks like we've got Quan Ching. She's going down the pin end of the line at the moment. Alabao right up near the boat end, as is Jackson. We got Gibson down the pin end of the line. We are on. Let's hopefully they keep it nice. Oh, I was about to say, let's hope they keep it nice and safe. It looks like Quan Ching was one of the ones who was quite early. And maybe Alabao, looking at the GPS. Let's wait and see. Oh, there we go. Sarah Keita looks like she's changed to the foil. A last minute change as well by the looks of it. She's only just going out, so she's calculated. Maybe it's not wise to go on the fin just yet. Singal saying, how do you top 16 with 10 heats? Well, it's not about how many heats it is. It's just about how many people go through from the heats. So 4 people go through from the heats. So there's a quarterfinals, which is obviously 4 because there's a quarterfinals, and then 4 from each heat. 4 fours, 16. I know what you're thinking. God, Ben's good at maths. What is he doing in that commentary booth? His talents are wasted. Yep, Sarakita already up at the start boat on her foil. So interestingly, she did the one race on the fin, made it through, but obviously thought, not quite in the mix here. Not quite windy enough. We were hoping for stronger winds today. Don't get me wrong. This is good. This is good wind. It's good racing. But we were hoping. We were praying for a bit more breeze. I really wanted to see that real, that right on the edge of fin versus foil. We got Rob McMillan. Obviously the dad of Mr. McMillan, who's racing here. So Will is 16. 16! Yeah, so he was 13 when I saw him in Portimao in Portugal. How good. And yeah, dual nationality sails for, he's obviously Australian, but sailing under Thailand numbers. So if he was to go to the Olympics, he would go for Thailand. Pretty cool. Alrighty, let's get this on. So general recall, who was over the line? That's what we want to know. I'm sure we will find out soon enough. Like I said, when I looked on the GPS, it looked like Huan Qing looked like she was on the line, and so does Alabao. So be interested to see how that relates to what they saw on the boat, because obviously GPSs aren't exactly accurate to the meter all the time. I'm guessing. I'm not very technical with this sort of stuff, but yeah, we're going to restart Elimination 5, which is the women. We're going to lose someone, or maybe more than one. We don't know yet. There's been a general recall, so we're just waiting for official confirmation. It's going to be one of these riders that is out. Cousin Castell, Gibson, Quan Ching, Steinlein, Alabao, Jackson, Oppendale, or Yamabe. It's going to be one of those women. One of the ladies. Oh, well, they must already know, because it looks like they're already lining up. So maybe we just don't hear the information. Well, we'll work it out. Okay, so we're up and running. We got Jack Gibson down this bottom end on the duotone. Look to be going well. We got Cousin Castell in the middle on that S2 Maui sails. We've obviously got Oppendale on the Severn. Jackson just back from the leading pack on the other duotone further up. It looks like Alabao is still in there, and maybe we have lost Quan Ching. Yeah, we still got Alabao. So I think Quan Ching was the one rider to go out early by process of elimination. So Cousin Castell round in first place, then Alabao and Oppendale second and third. Then I think we got Gibson, then Jackson. So the Brits fighting it out at the moment for the 4th place and to get into the women's winners final. This is the semi-final. Top 4 go through to the final. So it doesn't matter where you finish in the top 4 as long as you're in the top 4. 5th place and behind will go into the runners-up final. Cousin Castell seems to be finding her groove in the foiling discipline right now. She's liking a bit more breeze today. We've got the Severn riders behind Alabao and Oppendow. Oppendow finished second in the first elimination for the women, so sitting in second place for this competition. Needs to get another final. So, Cousin Kestel. And we got Alabao. Oppendow needs to get up. Bit there, needs to keep it up. Oh, doesn't quite get it up. Gibson came through underneath, and now they're opening the door for Jackson. So Jackson will smell a bit of blood here. Oppendow, got to keep this together. Definitely not safe. Jackson has got her eye on that 4th place. So keep your eye on the duotone of Sarah Jackson, because Oppendow is not going quite that well on this reach. In the front, it's looking solid. Cousin Kestel, Alabao, solid. Gibson, 3rd. Jackson might have just slipped into 4th place. No, it's close. Oppendow does go round in 4th place. Shuts the door on Jackson. Jackson, good jibe from her, keeping the pressure on. Real good battle for this 4th place. It's going to come down to the last jibe mark, no doubt about it. Oh, getting loose there. Jackson, where's she off to? Oh. Bucking Bronco style. Keeping us on the edge of our seats. Cousin Kestel, 1st place. 2nd place, Alabao. Gibson looking very good in 3rd. No mistakes now from this chasing pack. Oppendow, can she keep it together? It's not a good jibe, and Jackson's gone round the outside. Could that have paid off? There was a chance to go inside. She chose to go around the outside, but it wasn't a good jibe from Oppendow, so it's going to be an out-and-out speed race. Who is going to win the speed race between Norway and Great Britain? This is to get into the final. Cousin Kestel wins it. Alabao 2nd. Gibson has got into 3rd place, but Jackson at the moment is going to take it. She's really close to the boat, and she gets it. Great race from Jackson. Makes the final. Oppendow, 2nd place in this event after the first elimination, is not going to be in the final, and that's a bit of a disaster. She pretty much fell off a cliff there on that last reach. Oof. Oh, that was a good race though. That was good. There was where the damage was done. Oppendow just dropping off the foil, and Jackson went round the outside, M&M style, and just carried the momentum through and pulled it home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect to arrive at Tokyo International Airport in about 15 minutes.
Are we straight up? Yep, we're straight in. Heat number 6. So it's a general recall, so we do have a bit of time. General recall. Ooh, yeah, I'm just looking. Oh, well, hello. Who's that? Japan 71. Looking like she's poking out a little bit there. Wouldn't be surprised if Saki was over the line early. Confirmation of the last one. It was Quan Xing who is over the line early. Okay, so we've got a slight...
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect to arrive at Tokyo International Airport in about 15 minutes.
Okay, so still waiting to hear who was over the line early. Just confirmation of that. As soon as we get it, I will pass it on to you guys. It did look like Saki was poking out a little bit, let's say. But you never know. Sometimes angles can be confusing. So yeah, going back, we just had confirmation of the results, and it is Jackson that took that 4th spot, and Opperdow missing out. That's a bit of a disaster for the Norwegian. Like I said, she was sitting, and this is, you've got to remember, this is one event, winner takes all. Whoever wins this event will be the world champion. The PWA world champion for 2022 will be the winner of this event here in Japan. There's one event, that's it. So Opperdow sitting in 2nd place. She's now not in that winner's final. You can see we're not getting through the heats as quickly because there's so many people here. So there isn't going to be, you know, 10 eliminations or something like that. I wouldn't have thought the way the speed we're going. So you've got to be precise in those results. You've got to be making finals. So Opperdow needs to get back on the horse in the next one. That is definitely for sure. She needs to get back in that final, get herself in the mix. Right, come on, let's get it on. Let's get it on. For some reason, my old GPS is not working now, so but it doesn't matter. We're kind of near the business end where we know most of the riders in the mix. Have we had confirmation of that over early? Yes, we have. So it is Najima. It was Japan 4 who jumped the gun. And she won't be taking part in this heat number 6. Obviously, top 4 riders get through to the next round. Lemetier from France. We've got Offringer in this. Back on the foil by the looks of it. We've got Anayama from Japan. Mortifon, the event leader at the moment. Saki, Leskaju, and Tenhave from New Zealand. Here we go. Looks like we got Mortifon in the middle. We've got Leskaju on the fin, looking at it. So no, it's Mortifon down this pin end. So Mortifon with a great start down here. We've got Sarah Kita Offringer in the middle. Then I think we've got Anayama on that S2. No, we haven't. That's, that's Lemetier on the S2 Maui Sails in the middle. That looks like your 3 front runners. And then we've got Leskaju, Ocean up that top end on the fin. So still sticking with the fin. Down the bottom end though, Marion Mortifon, event leader. Sarah Kita had an absolute mare in that first elimination. Didn't even make the quarterfinals, out in the first round. I don't think she's ever done that before. So she's got a bit of work to do. Definitely be her discard. Mortifon round in first. Sarah Kita second. Lemetier in 3rd place. Then we've got a real close battle, but it looks like Ocean Leskaju on the fin, just going on the inside in 4th place. So that's going to be a tight battle. Could be Tenhave, actually. Yeah, I think it is. Tenhave has moved into 4th place ahead of the fin of Ocean Leskaju. Mortifon looking good, though. Looking good. She was the 2021 foil world champion. So 1st place, Marion Mortifon. 2nd place, Sarah Kita Offringer. Then Lemetier. Then Tenhave, then Ocean Leskaju, then Anayama from Japan. Front 3 look pretty solid. Like I say, the wind not quite coming through as strong as we were hoping, but Still windy, still good racing. After this, we're going to go to men's semi-finals. Very solid from the front three. Ten Have has got a bit of a gap now to the 5th place rider, so she'll be feeling pretty confident. Just needs to stay on it. Marion Mortefon looking really controlled here. And Sarah Kita, although, you know, she was on the fin last time, she looks more comfortable on the foil. It looks like it's easier for her to stay on that foil. The fin, she was having to work super hard. So Mortefon, Sarah Kita, Offringer, Lemaitre and Ten Have look like they've got this wrapped up. Ten Have just needs to make this jibe. There we go. Easy. Easy for the New Zealander. And there we go, bringing it home. Ten Have takes that 4th spot. There we go. That's our finalists. So 4 from the number 1 semi-final, 4 from that one. We have got our women finalists. So far, it's definitely advantage for Marion Mortefon. She looks in good form. The 2nd place rider, Oppendal, is already into the losers final, so that definitely gives her an advantage. Sarah Keita's up in the final after, you know, missing out the 1st elimination. So definitely advantage with Mortefon, but still a long way to go in this competition. This is the 3rd day. We've still got 2 more days after this, and we're still only at 12:30 today. But it is taking a while to get through eliminations. You've got to remember that. There's a lot of riders here. We've got the spectator boat out there, which is pretty cool. Used to seeing stuff like that in the Olympics. Right, first of the semi-finals for the men. Heat number 11, Yakino, Kurdel, Mortefon, Kuzan, Jacquin, Vonk, Kestel, Hubert. Who's going well? Yakino, expect to see him up there. Top 4, get through to the final. Here we go, that's the start. Whoa, there's someone motoring down this bottom end. It was Basil Jacquin. Pinged the start down the bottom in the middle of your picture. It's Pierre Mortefon followed by Jordi Vonk, it looks like. Then we've got Alexander Kuzan just above him on the Patrick sail. S2 Maui sails of Kestel, but down this bottom end, Basil Jacquin, Matteo Iachino, Pierre Mortefon having a real fight. This is going to be super close as they get squeezed into this first mark. Top 4 get into the final. Basil Jacquin already disqualified from that final. What can he do now? So Basil Jacquin round in first, then Iachino, then then Mortefon, then Jordi Vonk, then Kurdel, then Kuzan, then Kestel, then William Hubert. Really close run thing this. Any mistakes will be absolutely punished. You're just not going to come back for a mistake at this level. Look at Basil Jacquin go though. He's got the speed, but here comes Matteo Iachino. Maybe he found a little bit of extra speed. Just eking past him. Every moment you can see he's just eking out a little bit. And Basil Jacquin has given up. He's been rolled by Iachino. Iachino goes round in first now. Basil Jacquin drops to 2nd. 3rd place, Mortefon. 4th place, Vonk. Vonk was out super early in that first elimination. So he's causing some problems here. Kurdel, too much work to do, I feel. Kuzan as well. The top 4... They are going to need mistakes. Kurdel and Kuzan looking for mistakes from the top 4. The top 4, they know they've got it. They need to stay out of trouble. Don't cause themselves any problems that don't need to be there. Matteo Iachino, Italy, round in first place. Hunting down another world title. Basil Jacquin, then Mortefon, then Jordi Vonk. Good jibe from Kurdel. He's still in the mix. Any mistake from Vonk, and Kurdel is there. Will he get a mistake? That's the question. 1 jibe mark to go, 1 reach to go. Well, a reach and a half, I should say. Matteo Yukino, though, looks very solid. I keep saying it, he just seems so confident when I speak to him. I'm kind of tipping him for a world title. So Yukino first, Basil Jacquin, then Mortefon, Vonk, all making it round cleanly, and that will just sit so badly. You know, Kurdel's going to come round now and just know it's all over. There's nothing to be gained now from coming fifth. You end up in the runners-up final, wherever you finish now, and it's kind of all over. Kurdel's having a go down that bottom end, but I think it's too little, too late. Vonk will bring this one home. But Yukino wins it. Basil Jacquin second, Mortefon third, and Vonk in fourth place. That is your first four finalists. There was that start. Great start from Basil Jacquin. Good start from Mortefon in the middle of the line as well. Yeah, keeping it nice and together, boys. Good job. Great racing. Right, next up, we got, after these highlights, we got heat number 12. Seamless. Just one mistake. That's all you need, isn't it? One tiny mistake. It wasn't to be, though. No one left the door open. Right, heat number 12. We've got Enrico Marotti, Maciek Rakowski, Antoine Albo. We've got Jules from France. We've got Vrieswijk, Goya, Macmillan, and Johan So. So we got the two beasts in this. We got the Aussie beast sailing for Thailand, and we got Johan So from Denmark. Both young. I think his dad was saying Macmillan's 16 years old, and he's in the top 16 in the PWA in a very hotly contested year. So impressive stuff. Really good to see. You know, stuff like that kind of gives you the motivation to carry on. You only need those little moments. And yeah, it's not over yet. He's in it, but what can he do with it? Maybe we can see him getting into a final. Count him out. He's got some big names in this, though. Marotti looking very fast at the moment. Rakowski trying to get his first ever men's world title. We got Albo, who's got 25 world titles on his own. We got Vrieswijk, who was leading the whole rankings coming into this event. Goya, last year's world champion. Oh my God, it's a stacked heat. Here we go. Let's see if anyone's pushing the line. I would expect Macmillan to be pushing the line, and I think he might well have pushed the line. Let's see. Yeah, I think he might just have. Pushed it a bit too hard. These young lads, you know, it's always usual to go early. The more experience you get, though, the better you get. The more patience you have. But yeah, he's basically shot his load there, straight out. Gone too early. Paul. That's a shame. I wanted to see him race with the boys then. That would have been good. He had some speed. General recall, I'd be very surprised. I mean, there's two, obviously, yeah, it is. Well, we saw that Taiwan, he was so far over. They already had the note up on the board. So Macmillan, unfortunately, the Aussie Thailand beast will not be featuring. We won't be able to see him race, which is a real shame. It would have been good to see that. All right, heat number 12. We're still in heat number 12. We've lost one rider. Macmillan. We're not going to see him go for this. It's a shame that, like I said, I think there was a bit of interest there. He's 16 years old in his first top 16. But, you know, he knows he had to be on that line. You ain't going to get anywhere unless you were right on the line. So he had to gamble a little bit. So, 7 riders left in. Marotti, Rakovsky, Albo, Jules, Vrieswijk, Goya. I mean, that's Johan. So, no wonder McMillan was pushing. I mean, they didn't really have much choice. Okay, just getting some the vocals back. We're getting towards the business end now, towards the finals. Second semi of the men to find out which 4 riders will go into Elimination 2 final. It's hard to predict. You see Vrieswijk in there. I mean, he is coming from the unseeded side, let's say, which is not easy, that. Marotti, you know he's quick. Rakovsky. Like, for me, Marotti, Rakovsky, Vrieswijk, those 3 are in. But then you've got Goya, who won the first one. But then you've got Johan So. You've got Albo. Someone's missing out. You know, this is a tough heat. No 2 ways about it. This, I would say, is the harder heat of the 2 semis. Here we go, lining up. We got the cam on. Looks like it's a good start. Vrieswijk with a good start. Looks like Maciej Rakovsky with a good start. The Beast with a good start. We've got Nico Goya a little bit further back in the back. And Anton Kestel just got breached. Oh, that looked nasty. Luckily, no one downwind of him, but just had so much power, couldn't hold it. You can see the wind has picked up. Look at Amado Vrieswijk go, 103 kilos. He's holding it down like a rock. Enrico Marotti as well is going to have a nasty line in this. People are going to go inside him. Amado Vrieswijk round in first place. Maciej Rakovsky on the inside. The Beast on the inside. Nico Goya. Then we've got Enrico Marotti really low down. With a wide line. If he's got the speed, if he can get back inside, he'll be okay. But he's going to be losing out a bit here. Maciej Rakovsky's going low as well, maybe trying to cover. This was that breach at the top. Oh, God, that could have been so bad if he'd have been anywhere near anybody else. Maciej Rakovsky's gone low maybe to cover. Enrico Marotti has. Is that a wise move? Because he's lost out at the top end. So Amado Vrieswijk round in first. Then it's close. Enrico Marotti pushes the Beast into Nico Goya. In the inside comes Albo. Rakovsky has done well there. Great tactics from Maciej Rakovsky. I thought he'd messed it up, but what a great bit of tactics there. So out in the lead is Amado Vrieswijk. Maciej Rakovsky in second. I think it's still Albo in third place. And the Beast in fourth, maybe. Or is that Enrico Marotti? Let's have a check. So, Amado Vrieswijk, let's just calm down. Rakovsky, second. Okay, so it is Albo, I think, in third place. And then the Beast in fourth. And then Nico Goya and Enrico Marotti behind. I'll have to check that. It's quite actually difficult to... there we go. No, it's Enrico Marotti. It's Enrico Marotti. Is further up. Apologies. Amado Vrieswijk looking solid, though. Rakovsky, great move from him. Really did wonders there. It's so close what's happened on that outside jibe mark. Oh, and Albo goes down. Albo goes down. Johan So is now going to have to fight it out with Nico Goya. So Nico Goya, from winning the first elimination, is not going to make it through to the final in second elimination. Amado Vrieswijk, who made the losers final, will make the winners final elimination too. Rakovsky, great race from him in second. Third place, Enrico Marotti, and then Johan So, the Beast, makes another final. Nico Goya missing out after winning elimination one. Oh, that was a nasty crash from Kestel. Amado looking good though. Amado is looking good. He's in the final now. He's going to keep the dream alive. He needs to win that final. He really does. If he wants a world title, he needs to win that final. Put himself right back in the game, a first and a ninth. It'll be so interesting, this event, because it is coming down to every race counts. We haven't got lots of events this year, only 2 events for the men and 1 event for the women. So it's a world championship here in Japan for the women. And again, it's the 2nd event for the men. So really close racing. Okay, heat number 7. Up next, which is the runners-up final for the women. Oppendal, Steinlein, Yamabe, Quanqing, Anayama, Leskaju, Saki and Nijima. We're going to start to get some predictions through soon. So hard to predict at the moment. Say we've got the winner of the elimination 1 in the runners-up final in the 2nd. Just goes to show how tight it is. And it all came down to that jibe, you've got to see. Here we go. Starting to line up. We've got Yamabe up the top end near the boat. We've got Saki up there as well. We've got Quanqing again down that pin end. Najima down the pin end. And the seeds, Oppendal. Oh, this is the runners-up final. Oppendal, here she goes. Where is she? She's in the middle. Needs to get a bit of a wriggle on here. They're a little bit early. You could see a bit of people pulling off. Leskaju up the top end on the fin. Still going with the fin, not the foil. Oppendal, looks like she's right back on it now in the middle. Quanqing, after that PMS in the semi-final, she's also in the mix. And then we've got Japanese 4, which is Najima. Really close between these top 3 and lots of different styles coming out there. Fin versus foil. Can the fin get one over on the foil? We're about to find out as we come into this first mark. Quanqing from Hong Kong. Unsponsored rider. She's basically cobbled together some gear from friends and family. And she's right up there. 3rd place in the first elimination. Good jibe from her, but it's Oppendal who's back on the horse now. She is right up in the lead. She's doing a great job. Didn't make the final, but she's back in it now in the runners-up final. A win here would give her a 9th place. So she'd still be in the mix. Japan 4, Najima, looking good as well. Got some great speed from the Japanese rider. I think she had a PMS as well. Hong Kong, Quanqing, also looking good. Oppendal, round in 1st place. Najima, Quanqing having a good fight. Leskaju on the fin. It just looks hard work on the fin in these conditions, doesn't it? It really does. The foil just looks almost, I had to say it, easy, relaxing. I'm sure it's not, but it looks it compared to the fin. Oppendal looking very good and in control here. Coming into this 3rd jibe mark. Solid round. Najima, Quanqing. That's your top 3 riders. Needs to keep it together now, Oppendal. Like I said, it's still the runners-up final, but a 9th place is still single digits, and you never know what's going to happen in this competition. You never know. You might have to count this result. I don't think so. She'll be hoping for all winner final results because she could get the world title. This probably won't be a counter, but you never know. Needs to keep it up here. Can't afford to put that foil down. And then a nice jibe from Oppendal. Oh, not such a good jibe from Quanqing, but she's overtaken Najima. Good race from Quanqing from Hong Kong. Najima in third place. Lescardue still going on the fin in fourth place. Giving a good account of herself, but doesn't look like fin sailing conditions at the moment. You can see the foil has just got a massive advantage. And that is what we're seeing. So up and down, we thought she'd win it. We was hoping to see her in the final, but there she goes. Quan Ching in second. Najima third. And then Ocean Lescardue bringing up in fourth place. There we go, good start as well, up and down, really good start there. Very well controlled race. So here we go, women's winners final, elimination 2 here in Japan for the ANA Windsurfing World Cup. We got Cousin Kestel, Alabao, Gibson, Jackson, Mortafon, Offringa, Lemetier and Tenhave. So we've got New Zealand, we got a couple of Frenchies in there, we got a couple of Brits, we've got the Spanish rider Alabao, and we've also got the Aruban Offringa. So who's going to win this? Who's going to win the second elimination? Can Mortafon get her second win here in Japan? If she does, she'd be edging closer to that world title. Still early days, but it'd be a great way to start this 2022 Japanese event, day 3. So here we go. Looks like we've got Alabao up that top end. Yep. Alabao up that top end on the Severn. Then we've got Marion Mortafon pinging out in the middle. You've got Tenhave just behind her on the Phantom. You've got Sarah Keita down the bottom end on the Neil Pride. You've got Gibson. Looks like the Brits not with the best starts in the middle of the pack. Cousin Kestel also not with a great start. They've given the advantage to Marion Mortafon and Alabao, I would say, at the moment. Looking at it, how it is on this first reach. So here we go. Look at Marion Mortafon. Ping the start, good speed. She's got the confidence. I think only a mistake could put her out of this, because she has got all the skills to lead this one all the way through. She's already got one win in the bag. So Marion Mortafon round in first place, then Alabao in second place. Lemetier in third, or is that Cousin Kestel? I'll have to have a quick check. There we go, Marion Mortafon looking oh so solid. It is Cousin Kestel in third place. Lemetier just behind, and then Sarah Keita back in fifth place with Tenhave just behind her. Mortafon being pushed hard here by Alabao. Alabao is not giving up on this. Didn't have a good elimination 1, coming back strong in elimination 2. Mortafon needs to keep it steady. Keep the mistakes out of there. Alabao, good jibe from Alabao, keeping loads of speed, the Spanish rider, and she has edged closer here to Mortafon. So Mortafon under a bit of pressure. Cousin Kestel, Lemetier, the French girls behind Alabao, fighting it out. 4 French riders in the top 4 at the moment. Mortafon looks solid, but she is being pushed all the way here by Blanca Alabao. 2 jibe marks to go. Advantage, the event leader at the moment, Marion Mortafon from France. Alabao has got a bit of a speed edge, I would say. Mortafon. Ooh, little moment. Touches down, and there's a big crash behind from Cousin Kestel. Lemetier coming through. Sarah Keita coming through. It's definitely mistakes can happen. There's some gusty conditions, but that was a big mistake from the S2 Maui rider. Marion Mortafon is keeping ahead of Alabao. We've got 1 jibe mark left. Can Alabao make a move? Does she want to make a move? Is she going to push? I think she might do. You know what? I think she might do. Marion having a little look here. Needs to keep it clean on the last jibe mark. Could this be a second win? Alabao is going for it on the inside. Great job from Alabao. And she has pushed it all the way. And Alabao was biding her time. What a great maneuver from Alabao. Blanca goes into the lead. It was almost that she knew she had that in the bag. And she was just waiting right there. She knows she's got the speed. And she is edging it right now as we come to the finish. And Mortafon is making a bit of a comeback. Mortafon is putting some speed in, but it's going to be Alabao that takes elimination 2. Mortafon in second place, still the event leader. I think it's Lemetier in third place. Yeah, it is Lemetier in third place. Fourth place will be Gibson. Yep, Gibson just edging ahead of Offringer. And then we had Tenhave, followed by Jackson. And then Cousin Kestel, after that big crash, comes in further down the fleet. What a great race from the women.
Miura 半島 for you 贅沢な旅をあなたに KQ for you.
Okay, so there we go. Really good to see that. Great racing from the women. Like I say, Marion Mortafon still leading this event, a first and a second. Great race from Alabao, though, to take that win. It really felt good, actually. It was almost like she saw it coming. You really could see her working that. Great to see. So I'm just going to go for men's overalls. Just saw someone commented about there is 3 events counting. There isn't because Croatia doesn't have the stars, so it doesn't have the points. The results are on there, but there isn't any points. But here we go. Runners up final in the men. Good start we're hearing. We've got Goya looking good. Kuzan looking good, Kestel looking good, Albo's in there, Huber is in there as well, Albo down the bottom end, we've got Alexander Kuzan in the middle, Kestel in the middle, Goya is also in the middle, but it looks like Alexander Kuzan is going to go round in first place on the Patrick gear. There we go, yep, it will be Alex round in first, Anton Kestel, Albo going on the inside, he's not been having the best jibe so far. Macmillan is in this, and it's Nico Goya who's crashed out there. Maybe something happened with Albo. We didn't quite see it on that camera, but it looked like Albo had a bit of a moment, and maybe Nico Goya got a bit caught up in that. Alexander Kuzan looking good. Not good news for Nico Goya. He won the first elimination. This is the runners-up final, and he's right out the back of the pack right now. So he'll be dropping right down the leaderboard. Alexander Kuzan still leading. So Kuzin round in first. Second place, I think it's William Hubert. Then we've got Albo. Then we've got Kestel. Then we've got Macmillan. Is that Curdle in there as well? So Kuzin, Hubert, that's your top 2. Albo, Macmillan's making a bit of a charge just behind these guys. Can the young 16-year-old challenge some of the big boys? Could he beat Albo? That would be a one to write home about, wouldn't it? Before he retires. Get one in the bag. So Cousin round in first, then Hubert. Then it's Albo. Macmillan's behind him, the 16-year-old. Could he beat Antoine Albo in one race? That'll be something to tell your dad about. Kestel behind him. He's giving it a good go. The young 16-year-old right behind Albo at the moment. Nico Goya right back in the pack after going down at the first mark. Kuzan looks like he's got this wrapped up, though. It would be a 9th place, which would be first in the losers. Then we got William Hubert, Albo. Ooh, good jibe from him. Macmillan, as he missed his chance. He's going to have a go at him. Go on, son. Cousin looks like definitely wrapped up. Huber second, Albo third, Macmillan fourth, Kestel fifth. Then we've got Kurdell, and we've got Jules, and then Goya in 8th place. There we go. Here was the start. We see that great start from Alexander Kuzan in the middle. Just pinged it right from the middle. Oh, yeah, Nico Goya. Not what he wanted to do. Yeah, so we'll see if we can see what happened here. Nico Goya should be coming around. Oh, no, this was the second jibe mark. Right, after these highlights, we've got the men's winners final coming up. Men's winners final. Matteo Iachino, Basil Jacquin, Pierre Mortefon, Jordi Vonk, Amado Vrieswijk, Maciek Rakowski, Enrico Marotti, and Johan So. You'd be hard pushed to pick a top three here. Amado Vrieswijk does look fast, I have to say it. He does look fast. Matteo Iachino also looks fast. Enrico Marotti also. They all look fast. What am I on about? Okay, coming up towards the start. Johan So up near the starboard end boat at the early stage of this. We got Marotti right down the pin end. We got Basil Jacquin down the pin end. Rakowski in the middle. Jordi Vonk kind of near the top. Vrieswijk making a move for the middle of the line at the moment. I'm just looking at the GPS right now just to give you a bit of an idea how it's shaping up. We've got Matteo Iachino down the pin end. So battling for the pin, we've got Enrico Marotti and Matteo Iachino. Middle of the line, Maciek Rakowski. Up near the top, Johan So, Jordi Vonk. Mortefon in the middle. Rakowski's gone a little early, hasn't he? He's gone early here. Has he timed it right? We're about to find out. Enrico Marotti had a powerful start down that bottom end. Enrico Marotti looking very good. Matteo Iachino super low. And then we've got Amado Vrieswijk in the middle of your picture. Rakowski fighting it out with Pierre Mortefon and Basil Jacquin. But down this bottom end, Matteo Iachino might have got a very nice line here. Let's hope no one sails down into him. He's got Marotti above him, Basil Jacquin above him. It's going to be super close as we come into this first mark. But I think it's going to be Matteo Iachino rounding first, Marotti in second, Basil Jacquin third. Bit of a mistake, but not a mistake. I thought he made a mistake there. Marotti saved it. Basil Jacquin still flying in third. Rakowski in fourth. Then we've got Amado Vrieswijk, Pierre Mortefon, Jordi Vonk behind them. Out in front, though, Matteo Iachino. He said he'd found a bit of speed. He'd been doing a bit more tuning after Silt, and he'd found the speed, and he's looking like it now. And a big crash from Maciek Rakowski there. What happened there? Maciek Rakowski, the wheels are coming off, but the wheels are definitely not coming off the Italian wagon right now. Matteo Iachino leading, great jibe from him. Enrico Marotti, another good jibe, followed by Amado Vrieswijk. Then we've got, I was going to say that's Basil Jacquin, but is it Johan So? It's Johan So, apologies. There was that crash from Rakowski. It's Johan So, sorry, on the 0.7 sail. The beast, of course it is. Who doubted him for a second? Matteo Iachino out in front, looking very, very solid at this event here in Japan. This is where world titles will be given out. So Iachino first, Marotti second, the beast in third. Fourth place, Amado Vrieswijk. Then we've got Mortefon, Vonk. Matteo Iachino looks so good, doesn't he? One jibe mark to go. Just needs to keep it safe. So Matteo Iachino round in first place. Little bit of a twitch, but it's all good. Oh, look at the fight for third place between Amado Vrieswijk and the Beast. And there is a real battle. The Beast actually had a better jibe, but it is Amado Vrieswijk who muscles his way through, keeps the board level, and he looks like he's going to get that third place. Marotti looks solid in second, but there's only one winner for elimination 2, Matteo Iachino. What a solid start to Japan. Has he getting ready for another world title? Let's wait and see. Still early days, more days to go. Enrico Marotti, great race from him. Amado Vrieswijk back in the hunt. The Beast in 4th place. Then we've got Pierre Mortefon, Jordi Vonk back in the finals. Rakowski, massive crash for him. Basil Jacan's going to head up ahead of him. Let's hope he hasn't broke anything. So there we go. That is it for elimination 2. Woo! So I wonder what happened to Maciej Rakowski. I don't know if we can have that replay again. I didn't quite see it as we were racing, so I'm not sure what happened, but we'll have to have a look. So this was the start. It wasn't a great start from Matteo Iachino. Slowed up, and he was still first to the first mark. So that just shows to say there was a touchdown from Marotti. I thought he'd messed the jibe up, but got right back up. Oh, there was a touch. There was a touch with maybe Jordi Vonk or Pierre Mortefon there. So there was something going on. There was definitely some sort of contact. Yeah, there was definitely some sort of contact. There, fist in the air. Matteo Iachino, happy boy. He knows it ain't easy to win finals, and they all count. Big movers and shakers. Okay, so I think we've got a bit of a break now between elimination 3, probably about a 10 to 15 minute break. I'm going to take some quick refreshments, but you might have some interviews, you might not. Let's wait and see. Yeah, you're going to have some interviews. Yeah, I'll see you in a couple of minutes for elimination 3. This is going on. This is going to be a great fight for the world title in both the men and the women. Super exciting. I can see Maciej Rakowski now, as we speak, shouting at the boat. His hand is raised. He's given it the full aggro. Yeah, there's stuff going down. He's not happy. I can tell you that. He is not happy.
So, congratulations. How are you feeling?
It's insane. It's been a while since the last time I won a final, and now I got the speed and a bit more confidence. I'm really happy about the result. I had a great speed on the first reach. I didn't have the best start, but from below I could really have a good speed and get to the first mark first. And then I was trying to control. It was super gusty, shifty. It was difficult to keep control because of the wind. It's up and down, but yeah, feels good.
A lot of guys at the last mark, but you were super fast on that last reach. Must have been feeling good.
Yeah, it feels really good when you find the trim and you're fast and you feel that you have an edge. In certain conditions, it always feels amazing. So, yeah,
and
that's it.
The second bullet, you got to be feeling pretty good about this event.
Yeah, I did third in the first one. I didn't, and this is first, so it's solid. A really good start. The event is still long because I guess today we're gonna have at least one more elimination. Tomorrow looks windy, the day after too. We're gonna have plenty of fun on the water, but yeah, it feels good.
Yeah, well done, man.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Thank you.
Without the mic for the highlights. To the competition here in Japan, a third and a first, putting him in first place overall. Still early days, but that is the way you want to start. Take the pressure off yourself. Get the good results in. Don't burn your discards too early. And he knows it's not easy. You know, to get results like that, you've got to push hard, but you can't push too hard. It's a difficult fight, but like I say, seems very quietly confident, Matteo Iachino. I think he's very happy with his speed, happy with the trim. Conditions seem to be suiting him. He's looking good for that world title. Maciej Rakowski and Mardo Vrieswijk have already had problems so far. They were the ones sitting ahead of him coming from Silt, first and second. He was the next challenger. So far, so good for the Italian. Let's see. We're going to take a break now for 10 minutes. We'll be back to bring you Elimination 3. Don't go too far away. Stay tuned. I think it's going to be an exciting one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect to arrive at Tokyo International Airport in about 15 minutes.
The whole show, and for me it was like I could not I looked to the boat and he's like, green flag. I'm like, I guess we gotta go. I went so excited. I was like, oh my God,
Maciej, what happened?
you changing your
Okay, so we're back in. Elimination 3 has just started. There's rain on the way, so we have heard the local drone pilots will not be flying in the rain. So we won't have any drones. So that's a bit disappointing. And obviously... oh, I take it back. They obviously are flying. They just told us there's raining, we're not going to fly. But it looks like they are flying. But there is plenty of breeze on the course. There's no doubt about it. I just speaking to the riders, speaking to Amado Vrieswijk, and I'm like, I heard it's 8 to 13 knots out there. He says, Jesus Christ, there's wind, there is gusts over 20 knots. They're absolutely getting destroyed. I mean, there is some big old gusts going down. So yeah, it's pretty hectic sailing. Everyone's pretty excited. You can feel the adrenaline when you're speaking to everyone. Maciej Rakowski spoke to him as well. He wasn't very happy, but, you know, rightly so. He's in a world title race. He had Pierre Mortefon, I think it was, boom, up in his head. He was trying to get out the way, and then obviously the board twisted and he massive crash. He was a bit upset with that. Yeah. It's still all to play for. We've only done 2 eliminations. We're on day 3 here in Japan for the Flight ANA Windsurfing World Cup. We've got 2 days after this one. We've got wind forecast for every day. The wind is increasing through today. And the guys were saying, I think they're on 7.0s and small wings, and some of the guys are on medium wings. The guys on medium wings or the bigger small wings are struggling. There is so much lift getting generated. So there's some fun stuff going down. If you are tuning in, tell me where you're watching from, where you're tuning in, who you're rooting for. I haven't got a clue what time it is in Europe these days. Is anyone up? So yeah, just catching up to speed where we are in this one. We've got Japan 99. Kodama looking pretty good. He's been bouncing around a bit, but I think he's still in the mix here. I think we've got no, we don't. I was going to say we've got one of the Finn riders in this as well. It's pretty hardcore. Let me just get my GPS up. Let's have a look. Japan 77's in the mix. Yeah, is Kodama leading? We've got Gotan in 2nd place. 3rd place, Nagai, and then Kimura in 4th place. And they've got quite a healthy looking lead ahead of the rest of the pack, actually. But the wind is picking up. I told you, if you were tuning in this morning, you'll know I said it was going to get windy. It took a whole day to get windy, but it's getting there now. We are going to have some exciting racing. I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a long time since we've had some proper windy racing. Get it on. I obviously wasn't commentating in Silt, so I've kind of missed kind of all of it this year. We've hopefully next year we're going to have way more slalom action. I think it deserves to be on the live stream, getting it down. Simon Pettifer is tuning in. 4:20 in the UK. That is dedication. Dedication. Oh, it looks like Belly was tuned in. Dave Bell over in Australia was tuned in. Actually, just the boys are having a bit of a laugh with Will. Is it Will McMillan? 16 years old, 105 kilos. Yeah, quite funny. Good bit of banter going on. He's still on his 8.0 or something. And his medium wing. And he's like laughing at some of the big boys saying, come on, you've got to get it together. So there we go. So we're going through these early rounds here in Elimination 3, just catching up. It's been a hectic. This was the beginning of the first reach. It's getting windy. The bucking bronco, the kangaroo style, the dolphin, whatever you want to call it. Kodama was throwing them all down, but stayed on. Didn't come off, did he? So what we can do is we can good stop me. Suzuki in there as well. Good Japanese fight out at the moment. Yamada been doing the PWA for a long time. One of the world records. Sorry, just a few mic issues there. Just going to repeat what I just said. Drone guys, it's raining. We're probably going to lose the drone guys. They're up there for now. We might lose them. And I was just saying about the chase cam. The chase cam has been epic, but the boat in these winds is not fast enough for the riders. I know, absolutely mad. But that's just what, you know, when a foil in choppy water, there's just no drag. So when you've got a boat smashing through the chop, I mean, this is the chase cam. It's pretty good. But as we get towards the finals, the speed increases and it literally can't keep up. So let's see where we go today. We've got rain coming in. We've got wind coming in. It's going to be some exciting racing and we'll just have to go with whatever we get. But so far, I can say the production has been absolutely seamless.
Miura 半島 for you 贅沢な旅をあなたに KQ for you.
So, heat number 3 up next. Oh, we've got a bit of time actually. I just cracked open the coffee, boys and girls. Obviously, early days. Was it 1:20? Feels like we've been here a long time today. I think we were up at 6:30 or something like that, down the beach for 7 something. So it's been quite a long day, but still got a few hours left of light. Heat number 3, Anami, Benedetti. We've got Maka, Kunum, Tomizawa, Kimura, Koyinda, and Gotan. We've got 12:25 over in China, says David Wang. So China tuning in, good to see. We've got Simon Pep saying, great watching, cheering on Jenna. Not sure my neighbours are liking me much. Yeah, 4:20 in the UK, not surprised. Especially if you've got my voice blaring out of the loudspeaker. Right, that's what I was going to do. I was going to have a look at a few results, see where they stand. I mean, it's early days yet, but let's have a look. Could be quite interesting, I feel. So, with 2 eliminations done, Matteo Giacchino is leading this event so far. Enrico Marotti, second place with a 5 and a 2. Pierre Mortefon with a 5 and a 6 in third place. Amado Vrieswijk has pulled all the way up into fourth place. But he's on equal points with Johan So and equal points with Maciej Rakowski. So if we were to finish the event now, how would that sit the overalls? The overalls would be Matteo Giacchino would be the world champion. A first and a third. Actually, does that change? I'd have to have a look into it because I think it makes a difference how many eliminations are sailed. But for now, let's just work out rudimentary. So first and a third would be Matteo Giacchino would win. Pierre would have a third and a fourth, so 7 points, let's say. Maciej would have 6 and a 2. Amado would have... Yeah, so they're equal points. Yeah, it's not easy to work out because they're pretty much in equal fourth. If they were in equal fourth, that would mean they would still be in with second and third for Amado and Maciej, but they're split at the moment. So it's not easy to work out. Let's wait for the third elimination. I think life will be easier. But safe to say, it's close, but it's Matteo Giacchino with the advantage. In the women so far, after 2 eliminations, Marion Mortefon sitting in first place. Justine Lemaitre is in second. I mean, a lot of women actually have been tipping her to be, you know, the next one, the one that's pushing hard, one of the young guns coming up, and she is proving that right now, sitting in second place in here in Japan. Remember, this is a world championship for them. Hella Oppendow, with that win in the runners-up final, has kept her inside the top 3. So really is worth those extra few points. So good job for Hella Oppendow in third place. And Quang Ching from Hong Kong is still up there. She's in fourth place ahead of Delphine Cousin-Kestel. So solid. Very solid. Although she won the last elimination, Blanca Alabao, she's right back in 8th place because she didn't have a great first elimination. So she's going to want a few more eliminations and the discard to kick in. Okay, green flag is up. A good start. We got... Tomizawa looking pretty good. Kurnam obviously looking good. Kayinda looking good. Macaire and Nami all in the mix as we come down. Look at that. Closely fought battles there. Expect Kurnam to be up there. Yeah, so Kurnam up in the middle with Macaire and Benedetti. Kurnam round in first. Anayami. Oh, big crash from the Neil Pride there. Was that Macaire? I think it might be the Frenchman. It was either the Frenchman or the Italian. A few Neil Prides in this, but Sebastian Kurnam looking very solid out in the fronts. Anami, I should say, in second place on the Severn. Good job from the Danish rider. So Kurnam first. Anami goes wide. Benedetti. Yeah, it was Macaire who went down on that first mark. He's had a couple of problems on the jibe this week. He's got a bit of work to do here because the top 4 riders look like they've got away from him. Kernum leading, and Anami in second. Tomizawa in third. He hasn't got his GPS on. So Benedetti in second place. So Kernum, Benedetti, Anami, and Tomizawa. That's your top four at the moment. I can't really see too much changing unless there's some big crashes in this one. A lot of clean water ahead. Very solid from Kernum. Benedetti as well. Solid. Anami, next round. Solid. Oh, hang on. No, we did lose someone. So it did. It might be Miura who's actually caught back up now to fourth place. Tomizawa must have gone down on that last mark. So Benedetti, Anami, Kernum wins it. Benedetti, then Anami, and then fourth place looks like it's going to be Miura. So came back from the dead pretty much there. Sarah Kita, I'm just going to ask her a few questions here because she's in the booth. Fin or foil?
Yeah, you really have to look at today. The conditions are crazy up and down, and if it's not too patchy and it's filling in, then you go on the fin. So I did that in the first heat, and then as soon after that heat, the wind started dropping. So I did the foil afterwards. It's really not competitive. Like you can't compete against the foil.
What felt like easier? Like on the foil for me, just watching, it looked easier. On the fin, looked like you were working.
Yeah, I did the best drives of my life, I would say, on the fin. But on the foil, it's, you know, when you're overpowered, it's just a bit, it's hard. But it's easier to go over the chop, that's for sure. So, but I'm just more comfortable on the fin. Like you ask a foiler, they'll be way more happy on the foil. So.
All right. Is it fun out there?
It's challenging. It's challenging.
Love it. Challenging. Alrighty, let's get it on. Where are we at? Heat number 3. Oh, yeah? Heat number 3. No, not heat number 3. Heat number 4. You're right. I'm wrong. Bontoms, Kanagami, Tieme, Isaac, Junhao, Kodama, Nakai, and Nakajima. But Jimmy Tieme, he's going on the fin again. Good to see. It looks so funny when you see the fin versus the foil, and Jimmy Tieme is flying down his first reach. Looks really good. Actually, a couple of fins in this one. We've got S2 Maui sails up that top end. Obviously, Jimmy Tieme on the duotone. We've got Matthias Isaac down this bottom end on the foil, and it really is a fin versus foil in this one. Who is going to be first to this first mark? Is it going to be Tieme or is it going to be Matthias Isaac? Matthias Isaac can go super wide. Jimmy Tieme is going to probably go on the inside in this though, so expect a wide jibe from Matthias Isaac. Or maybe not so much, but Tieme goes on the inside. Great jibe from Jimmy, but look just how much he pulls out Matthias Isaac. It's a couple of meters every jibe. So you've really got to be a lot faster on the straight to make it count against the top foilers. Great scenes though, great view. I'm so glad we've still got the drone. It's not raining hard enough now. So they've kept the drones out, which is great news because this is top flying as well. Really nice stuff. Matthias Isaac, he didn't really want to be here. Ended up getting a PMS in the quarterfinals, I think it was. So he'll be gutted. He's still got his eye on a world title, I think, but it's making it hard for himself. Jimmy Tieme looking solid. It's close as well behind. We got a couple of fin action. Are we going to have 2 fins in the top 4? That's the question. It's going to be close. Who's going to be the second fin on the S2 Maui sails? Okay. Matthias Isaac, though, definitely the man in the front. getting overtaken there. That's Bontomp's coming through in second. Jimmy Tieme slipping to third. And then we got 1-2-1, Japanese rider, which is Nakai. Needs to keep it on the plane. Pretty tough. So Bontomp's made a move. Matthias Isaac leading. So Matthias Isaac still leading Bontomp's up into second place. Third place, Jimmy Tieme. And then Nakai, last time we looked on that fin. And he's still there. Just one jibe mark to go. He's got a foiler chasing him. Needs a good jibe here. Oh, and it's not a great jibe. It's really not a great jibe. The door is open for the foil. The door is wide open for the foil, and he might have just missed out here. He really might have just missed out. We'll have to see how it ends up. I think it's Kodama who's fighting it out with Nakai now on this last reach. Maybe he's got it. Maybe the Finn's got it. We'll have to wait for the final results to see. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, looking from that other angle, it looked like Kodama may have got it. If you are just joining us, we're in the early rounds of Elimination 3. The top 4 from this round will go through to the quarterfinals. And we got a few people venturing onto the fin. It's not many, but there is a few. Jimmy Tieme is one of the first adopters of the fin, and he's been doing okay in the early rounds. But the further you get through the draw, you realise that the foils are the ones putting down the better speeds and just better around the marks, really. The jibing looks to be the problem for the fin. Still a little bit up and down. Next up, heat number 5, Dagan, Asano, Everard. We've got Franz, Tan, Rikitake, Kaku, and Kisahara, I should say. Is Tati Franz going to be on the fin? Of course he is. Look at he is up there on the 0.7 on the fin. Down this bottom end, Japan 54. Good start we're hearing. We've got the 2 future flyboys. We've got Arnon Dagan on the Flying Camel and Tati Franz on the Dark Horse. Who's going to win, the camel or the horse? Looks like the camel at the moment. The camel is leading the way. Coming into the first jibe mark. Camel rising ahead. Horse going on the inside. Yeah, just look at the difference. It's not much, is it? But it's just that extra little bit. Makes a huge difference at the end of the race. Every jibe mark, a couple more meters. Third place at the moment, Asano. And then we've got Everard from Belgium in 4th place. That's Asano from Japan in 3rd. Just ahead of the Belgium rider. Out in the front though, the camel. Horse making a comeback. That outside jibe mark looks tricky for the Finns. They're always getting a bit stuck there. Everard moves up into 3rd place, I think. Asano dropping back. Yeah, Asano just dropping back into 4th place. Doesn't really matter though. Top 4 qualify for the quarterfinals. If you're wondering what sort of sales are on, 7.0s seem to be the sale for the bigger guys, I should say, on the foil. I'm sure there's a few smaller guys on 6 somethings, but the bigger guys are on 7s. Tatty Franz dropping back into third as Everard comes through. That's just the difference. So you see what I mean? That is the difference between foil and fin in these gustier conditions. And Everard is absolutely flying from Belgium. I think Arnon's just cruising at the front, knows he just needs to finish in the top 4. Tatty Franz holding on. He's dropped back into 4th place right now. Can't afford any more mistakes. He's got Japan 54 right there, which is Kuramochi. No, he's okay. Looks pretty safe for the top 4 right now. Everard, Dagan, 1 and 2. Tatty Franz might even steal 3rd here ahead of Asano. Dropping down to 7 knots in the holes. We're hearing. So Asano, good race from him in 3rd. Ahead of Tatty Franz in 4th, but all 4 riders qualify for the next round. We got Marlene tuning in from Cape Town, 6:26. Good to see. Stream Factory saying, let's sponsor a new drone if they lose it. Well, feel free. Well, drone's still up at the moment, so I think they're only going to pull it in if it gets torrential, which it could easily do, I'm told. Heat number 6 is up next. Jazunas, Tajima. We've got Board, Kenta, Bruno Martini is in there. We've got Yamada, Nakajima, and we've got Kuramochi. This is heat number 6. Yeah, Bruno Martini already kicking off. Bruno Martini didn't have a good one in the last one. Went out pretty early due to, well, he came off on the jibe, actually. It wasn't due to anything else. Just a mistake on his half on the outside jibe mark. So it really cost him. And it's probably costing him his competition right now. So Bruno Martini leading this one. We've got Cedric Board. Then it looks like we've got Jazunas behind on that 0.7. They're the top 3 at the moment coming into this first mark. Looks like we got Tajima as well. So Bruno Martini round in first place. Then we've got Board, Jazunas, and then Tajima and Anami on the Severn. So close race at the moment between Tajima and Anami. Oh, Anami's not in this heat as far as I can work out, so it's strange. I don't know if the GPS is wrong or he started in the wrong heat. We'll soon find out. But Bruno Martini leading, Board in second, Jazunas third. Then we've got the RRD of Tajima. So Tajima looking pretty solid. This guy is definitely looking solid, Bruno Martini. This is just to get into the quarterfinals, so early rounds right now. Bruno Martini. Oh, he did that before. He manages to save it this time. So Bruno Martini gets it going. Board also. Jazunas. Tajima. Oh, Tajima goes down on this inside mark. The Japanese commentators are going wild back there. So now it's all open. I've got a Nami on my GPS, which is very strange because he's not in this heat. So that's confusing. We've also got Yamada in there as well. So we'll have to wait and see. Check some sale numbers in a minute. Severn. Yeah, well, there is a Severn there. I hope he hasn't sailed in the wrong heat. Yamada is pushing him through, though, on that duotone. Well, it's not going to make a difference. I think it's Kenta, actually, Japan 6. But winning it, Bruno Martini, Jazunas, Cedric Board. That's your top three. Into the quarterfinals they go. Fourth place rider will be... It looks like Yamada on the duotone. Looked like he had a bit of a clear lead there. Good race from Bruno Martini. It's kind of a warm-up for the next round. Okay, next up we're going to go into women after this highlights. Oh, that was where it went wrong. Oh, that was a great dismount. That was Tajima. Lucky. So, elimination 3 for the women kicking off. Second place rider in this event so far, Justine Lemetier from France. Tenhave from New Zealand. Najima from Japan, obviously. Saki from Japan. Isida from Japan, Suzuki from Japan, and we've got Reed from the UK. Reed's been looking good, actually. She went down on the first mark. That's what kind of cost her. So I would expect her to be getting through this one. But not easy racing, that's for sure. There we go. Good start from Tenhave from New Zealand. Japan 4, she's also been looking good, actually, Najima. And this is second place in the overalls at the moment. Justine Lemetier from France on the S2 Maui sails. Looks like she's got the speed. She's just going to drive it home on top of the two other ladies. Goes into the lead. Nice racing. Justine rounding first. Second place, Tenhave, it looked like, with Najima right next to her. Quite close battle for second, third and fourth. Okay, so Justine looking good, keeping it solid. Quarterfinals for the women this is, so top 4 riders go through to the semis. Tenhave from New Zealand in second place. Looks like Reed on the duotone and Najima from Japan in third place. So Reed at the moment in that fourth spot. It's going to be a bit of a cruise until the last bit because that fourth place is still up for grabs at the moment. Out in the front though, Lemetier looking good. Second place, Tenhave, looks good as well. Reed in third. Who is the fourth place rider? That's the question. Japan 35 to answer that. And then Japan 71. So 35 is Isida and Saki. So Najima has dropped back. And it's going to be either Isada or Saki that get that 4th spot, providing no more problems. Tenhave and Reed just playing it easy, staying in the wind. No need for any heroics at this point of the game. Just need to get through to the next round and to the semi-finals. Keep on the foil. There's a few holes out there. We're hearing lows of 7 knots, but there are gusts. We're hearing of up to 20 maybe. So big differences on the course area. Another good rate from Justine. Tenhave is going to take that 2nd spot into the semi-finals. Alice Reed from the UK also getting into the semi-finals. Who will take the 4th spot? That's the question. Looks like Isada. 35, yep. Isada takes the 4th spot. And Saki misses out. Najima miss out. So a good start there. It looked like a few of them might be early. And it's our friend, our good starting friend, Kwan Ching, who's right on the money, right again on that Neil Pride. So the Korean, not over early. We've got Mary Mortfon, the event leader in this heat as well. Like I say, this is the quarterfinals for the women. So just to get into the semi-finals, top 4 riders will do it. I wonder who we're going to get in there. Mary Mortavon, you'd think, is a shoo-in. Kwan Ching as well, from what we've seen so far in this competition. She's been looking very solid. Davico from France. And it looks like Anna Yama at the moment. That's your top 4 riders coming through on the duotone. Is Sarah Jackson. So out of the top 4 at the moment is Jackson. Needs to find the form. Very controlled from Mary Mortfon. It looked like she was going to win the final all the way to the last boy in elimination 2, but Alabao chose her moment really carefully and just pulled off a great jibe on the last jibe to just sneak ahead of Mortafon. So Mortafon looks steady though. Good event for her so far. You can see it is dropping. Oh, and there's a mistake from Kwan Ching from Korea. But look how fast she just gets back on the gear. She might even stay in 2nd place. The problem is, can she get back on the foil? It's super light. You can see they're on their small gear. So small foils, not as much lift. And they are struggling here. Jackson is coming back into this. Davico as well in the top 4. And Kwan Ching is actually back up and foiling. And it's Jackson who doesn't get on the foil. And now he's getting challenged by Anna Yama from Japan. So going very patchy here later in the afternoon, 2 o'clock local time. And there's some big patches. So this is, you see this in the lighter winds, which you're already ready for it. But when you've got your small gear on because of the big gusts, it does make a bigger difference because you've got obviously less lift from your front wing. So Mortafon. Going to be a lot of legwork going on just to keep that board flying in the lulls, because as long as you keep your momentum up, keep the friction, keep your board off the water, you should be fine. But as soon as you slow down, as soon as there's a mistake, you will be punished. Davico in 2nd place. This is Anna Yama, so she did go ahead of Jackson. So Anna Yama. So Kwan Ching from Hong Kong, obviously. She's been, like I said, she's been going well. Not sponsored at the moment, borrowed equipment, and she's been throwing it down. So, what do you call someone from Hong Kong? Is there a... If you're British, you're British, I guess. If you're from England, you're British. You're English. What are you from Hong Kong? A Hong Kong again? I don't know. So it's an interesting one. Right, anyway, she's from Hong Kong. Doing good. Right up there in the overalls. I think 4th in the overalls at the moment. So solid. Marion Mortafon, though, leading this event. And she will get herself into the semi-finals, as will... Quan Ching from Hong Kong. Well, we'll have to bring you the results when we get the official ones, because it looked like Davico was going through. It looked like Anna Yama was going through. It looked like Jackson had missed out, but we didn't see the end of that race, so you never know. We'll keep an eye on those results and let you know as soon as we know. Results from the last one officially: Lemaitre, Tenhave, 3rd place was Reed, and it was Isida in 4th place. Straight up to the start. Good start. Plenty of speed going on up there. We've got... Gibson in this, Offringer, Steinlein. We've got Yamabe, Tibi, Onishi, and Suzuki. Already got a absolutely hell of a lead here from, it looks like Offringer. It is heat number 3, yes. So, Offringer around in 1st place. Oh, it's close in 2nd, isn't it? Gibson coming through. Quite a wide jibe from a lot of them. I think we got maybe Onishi in this on the 0.7. Used to seeing her on the black sails. So, Offringer in the lead. We got Gibson and Tibi from Israel fighting it out for 2nd and 3rd. Big Gus coming through there. Oh, that looked cruiser. And then Onishi in 4th place at the moment. Out in the lead, though, it's the Aruban. Coming into the 2nd jibe mark. Very easy to make mistakes out there. Gus, there's a bit of swell coming through now. You can see great jibe from Offringer. Tibi from Israel. Good jibe from her. Gibson, great jibe on the inside as well. And then we've got Onishi in 4th place. But she's, well, she's got a tight battle here, Onishi. Onishi fighting it out with Yamabe and Steinlein. So really close for that 4th place. And that's the all-important spot. Onishi at the moment is has got it. With Steinlein from Germany is right in the mix. 2 jibe marks to go. Offringer leading. Tibi in 2nd. Gibson in 3rd. Solid at the moment. Easy for the top 3. 4th place is on the money though. Oh, Onishi having a battle with Steinlein from Germany. Couldn't quite see how that played out. Onishi gets away. Steinlein probably right down on that left-hand side. Yes. So still to play for that 4th place. And then we've got Japan 31, Yamabe in 5th. In 6th. Last jibe mark. Sarah Kita Offringer. Just needs to keep it steady. Great jibe from Tibi as well from Israel. 470 sailor. Then we've got Gibson. Oh, and it's Steinlein from Germany has moved into 4th place ahead of Onishi. Can she keep it together? She does. Great jibe from the German on Onishi, not with a good jibe. So it looks like it's advantage Germany coming down this last reach to get into the semi-finals. Oh, it's close in the end. It was definitely close in the end between Tibby and Offringer. Not that it mattered, it's just qualifying. Gibson in third, and it is Steinlein finishing in fourth. So one more heat in the women before we go back to the men. Just have the highlights of heat number 3 in elimination 3 for the women. Great start from Offringer. Yeah, good race from the women. Interesting conditions as well. So this is the typical conditions where the foil definitely is making a bit of a statement. It's making some of those jives with the holes look good, which would usually be a lot more stop and start. And here we go into heat number 4. Whoa, someone was pushing that line there. We like to see that. That's the Aussie. That's Costin. We've got Norway, Oppendal down this bottom end. We've got Alabau in this as well, after winning, fresh from winning elimination 2. She really wants a discard right now. So another good result for her will definitely help her cause. We've got Cousin Kestel in this. Lescardu, it's actually a pretty stacked heat, this. Lescardu is still on the fin. There we go. So, fin versus foil again. Are we going to see any of the big names go out to the fin? Well, let's see. Alabau leading into this first mark. Cousin Kestel and Costin from Australia. We got Oppendal back in 4th place. Ocean Lescardu behind her. But you can see it's just missing out on the jibes. Alabau looks very comfortable out in the lead here. Blanca Alabau. Can she make a challenge for the world title? She can't afford to mess up anymore. She's already had her discard, so really needs to keep it nice and clean from now on. And it's looking good at the moment. So Alabau, Cousin Kestel is already up into 2nd place. Costin dropping to 3rd. Oppendal moving, actually up into 3rd maybe. Making a move from Norway. Great drone flying, actually. It's been really solid. I mean, it's just perfect angle. See everything that's going on. Yeah, so Alabau, Cousin Kestel, Oppendal, all in the mix. Cousin Kestel is actually making a challenge for this 1st place. Shows she's got the speed. Confidence booster. Costin dropping back. Oppendal moving up into 3rd now. And Ocean Lescardu is right there on the fin. She's got the speed. This isn't all over for the fin now. There could be a world where Ocean Lescardu could make it into the top 4. We've got 2 reaches to go, 1 jibe mark. There's plenty of breeze out there by the looks of it. A good jibe on the last could really put her in contention. So Alabau, solid from the Spanish rider. 2nd place, Cousin Kestel. Then we've got Oppendal. And Ocean Lescardu is going on the inside of Costin. A good jibe from the Aussie. But this is about speed now. I would be fancying Ocean Lescardu to make a run here for 4th place. She can go broad. She can put down the power. I think to hold that foil is going to be a lot harder. And I think Ocean Lescardu is going to move up into 4th place. It's going to be super tight. Alabau is going to win it. 2nd place, Cousin Kestel. Then we've got Oppendal. Oh, and it might be Costin who's going to hold on. The Aussie will hold on to 4th place. Great race. Unfortunately, the Finn just missing out. Okay, so we've got just 2:05 local time, but it's gone very dark out there. Something is happening. There's wind coming. There's rain maybe coming. The clouds are looking dark, but we are into the first of the quarterfinals of the men. Vonk, Albo, Vrieswijk, Cordell, Koornem, Benedetti, Anami, and Macker. Down the bottom end, looks like Cordell with a really good start. We've also got the Pride riders in there. Koornem, Macker, Albo, all with pretty good starts. Actually, we've got a lot of prides in this. Someone getting very loose down that bottom end. Are they going to be able to hold it? It looked like the Italian Benedetti, which was struggling. It's Albo who's powering through. It's Cordell that's powering through. And Amado Vrieswijk. That looks like your top three. Vonk also making a charge from the top on the duotone. But it's Antoine Albo rounding first place, then Sebastian Kördel, then Amado Vrieswijk, and then the Neil Pride in the middle of Sebastian Koornem. Really great jibe from the Danish rider, just snipping in ahead of Jordi Vonk. Amado Vrieswijk, look at that, slips himself into first place. He just looks very comfortable up there, doesn't he? Doesn't look like he shouldn't be there, that's for sure. And why should he not? I mean, world freestyle champion. He's now 103 kilos. He's just won silk. I'm trying to put him contention for a world title now. So, Amado Vrieswijk, first place. Antoine Albo, second. Kördel going up into second. Albo slipping to third. Koornem holding on to fourth. Jordi Vonk at the moment missing out in fifth place. 2 drive marks to go. Advantage with the 2 Severn riders, then the 2 Prides. Duotone in fifth with Jordi Vonk. Can he find a way into that top 4? It's running out of time. Needs a mistake maybe from one of the guys in the top 4. It could happen. Still big gusts on the course area. Amado Vrieswijk, is the mistake going to come from him? No, it's not. Cordell, I doubt it. Albo maybe, drop into 4th place. Jordi Vonk right behind him. Battle between Jordi Vonk and Antoine Albo. Albo in his final PWA event. Retiring this year from the tour. Vrieswijk first. 2nd place. Cordell, I think it is now. Albo, then Vonk. Yeah, so Vrieswijk, Kördel, Koornem, Albo, and Vonk is challenging here, and Vonk is coming. Vonk is having a go at Albo. This is going to be very tight, really close down this bottom end. I'm not sure we're going to see it from this angle. Vrieswijk, Cordell, Koornem, and then it's a fight between Jordi Vonk, I think, and Albo. We'll have to wait for the results, really, to find out who got that. Difficult to see the difference. You wouldn't think you could mix up Koornem and Albo, but don't worry, I can do anything. Some big old container boat out there. Crikey. Like a mountain. Yeah, good race. That was heat number 7. First of the quarterfinals in the men, elimination 3. This was the last jibe mark. Yeah, there was a fight definitely between Albo and Jordi Vonk. Have to wait for the official results. So who's your money on? I'll tell you who my money is on. Antoine Albo. He gets it. So Albo does get that 4th spot. Jordi Vonk not making it through. And we are into heat number 8. Jacquin, Hubert, Morotti, Jules, Isaac, Bontemps, Tieme, and Kodama. Enrico Morotti. Down that bottom end, you can see there's a fair bit of breeze. Top of the sails are flapping a little bit. Matthias Isaac having to pick a different line coming into this first mark. And it's Morotti that goes round in first place. Matthias Isaac in there, Brazil Jacquin in there, Jules from France. 8 and 14. So Morotti, Hubert, Isaac, Jacquin, Jules. That's how we're looking at the moment. Morotti, the Croatian. Have we lost the drone? Temporary lost the drone at the moment. You see what we used to look at. This is how we used to race. Back to the old school. It's so much more difficult to see and get a sense of what is going on. The drone is such a tool with watching slalom racing. But Enrico Morotti powering through here. William Hubert in 2nd place. Matthias Isaac in 3rd. Basil Jacquin in 4th place. Jules in 5th. So Jules from France missing out at the moment. Can he get in there? Can he find a way past Basil Jacquin? Enrico Morotti keeps it solid. William Hubert as well. Solid from him. Bit of rain coming down now. Basil Jacquin still there. Jimmy Tieme's back on the foil. Jules is in there. So it's Enrico Morotti, William Hubert, Matthias Isaac, and it's Basil Jacquin at the moment taking that 4th spot and booking himself into the semi-final. Last drive mark to go. I don't think we're going to see a change in the places. Looks like Basil Jacquin will get that 4th spot. Matthias Isaac will get the 3rd spot. William Hubert 2nd. And it will be the Croatian, the Manimal. Enrico Morotti takes the win straight into the semi-finals. The semi-finals. This was that first reach. There we are, having a bit of rain here, so we might lose the drones right now. It's a shame, but that's just the way it's going to be. Dennis Boyson says, how annoying is that music? I don't hear any music. Have we got music? Right, so we've got a general recall. We're waiting to hear who was over the line early. Is that a Phantom Sailor heading back? Is that... No, Goya's not in this heat, so it can't be him. Say, just look at someone sailing back on the Goya. I thought, ooh, that would have been a bit of a disaster. So waiting to hear who is over the line early. Confirmation results from the last one. Hubert, Marotti, Isaac and Jacquin. Well, that is who is in the next one. We've got Pierre Mortefon. We've got Macmillan, 16-year-old. Beast, 105 kilos, he reckons. The boys are saying we need to get the scales out. They're not so sure. Let's see. We've got the beast number 2 from Denmark, Johan So. We've got Anton Kestel. Everard from Belgium, Arnon Degan, Asano, and we've got Franz in heat number 9. Top 4 go through to the semi-final. This is obviously the quarter-final. Who was over the line early? That's the question. It's definitely gone a bit lighter. There's a few holes up there. Big gust as well. So, no news yet of the offender. Two more heats in the men's to sort out this semi-final draw. Yeah, still no sign of the offender. We're waiting. Bated breath. We've got someone on the duotone heading in. That looks like William Hubert, so he's not. He's already finished his one. We have got another vote. We do have another vote for annoying music. Apologies. Indeed, annoying background advertisement music. Okay, do we have who was in the general recall? Come on, let us know. Well, still waiting. Waiting. Enrico Marotti, give us a few words from the race course.
It's really, really tricky. Like at one moment you are full with certain gear, and at one moment you are missing. So, yeah, you need to have a big range. And yeah, when it's not the perfect gear, you just need to go with it. But
what are you on?
I'm on a 6.6 with medium wing now.
You're on 6.6.
Yeah. I tried 7.8 before, but when it got hits, it's so much that you cannot go straight, and you are in a really risky zone of. A
couple of people asking, how fast are you going out there? What's the general speeds? What's your GPS say?
The first is today I went 33.5.
Okay, that's pretty quick.
It's quick, yeah. It's light and it's not broad, you know. It's reaching. I start on the pin, so I don't go downwind, and yeah, it's okay. I mean, I think the action we have, it's amazing. And guys with fin, we would be doing almost nothing because there are holes so big that we just glide with the foil, and action is sick. You are overtaking. You have some good rounding the marks. I think it's amazing what we have the format, and when the conditions get, we will have fin too. When it's 30 knots, we will be on fin. That's for sure. So, yeah, for now goes everything nice. Conditions are really, really hard. But we still have an amazing event till now, you know. We are racing and we are all the time on the water, so it's cool and it's good. And yeah, that's
close racing as well. People are up and down. People are not making finals. People are making finals.
Yeah. It's because it's tricky. It's hard. You have to be focused, precise, consistent, and yeah, that's it. I am going now. I hit.
Good luck.
11. Yeah, I focus on the next one and have fun watching.
Okay. Good luck, man. Here we go. There's a little bit of a take from the outside. So we've got Alex saying, indeed, annoying background music looping behind. We don't know. I don't hear it here in the commentary booth, so you guys can tell me at home what they're playing. Bit of Shakira. Oh, we know we're not allowed Shakira. Shakira. No? Alrighty. Let's have a look where we're at. Where are we at? That is a good question. Who was over? Do we even know yet? Let's refresh. No. I've still got no news. So, okay. I'm sure we've got something. Heat number 9 coming up. Well, by working it out, I could see if someone sailed in. So Everard So is there. Kestel, Dagan, Mortafon, Macmillan, Asano. Dagan is maybe missing, does he? No? No, Dagan is there. Franz looks like he's missing, which would make sense. I don't see Franz on my list. Franz is back at the beach on the GPS, so there we go. It looks like it's Tati Franz who is over the line early. So, yes, Mr. Franz is out. That's just out there and one rider right on the beach. So, heat number 9. Can Macmillan make his second top 16? 16 years old, in the top 16. Can he make another one? It's good to have these new kids on the tour. Mixing up the names. Challenging the seeds. So, countdown is coming through. Oh no, Tati Franz has made his way out from the start. Maybe he went to change to a... Maybe it isn't Tati Franz. He's back out on the start. Yeah, well, he's back out. Tati Franz on the GPS has just come out of nowhere, back to the start. So maybe changing for a foil or something. Okay, let's get it on. Yeah, he's just jibed in. So maybe Tati Franz went in to get the foil. If he makes this start and makes the qualification, I'll be so impressed. Here we go, straight in. Good start down the bottom end from Mortafon. Macmillan a little bit further back. We've got Kestel, I think, in the middle. The Beast from Denmark with a really good start. Tati Franz a little bit further back, but he literally just came straight off the beach, did a jibe, and joined the rest of the crew. He obviously switched from the fin back to the foil. Let's see how that works out for him. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yes, so we do have enough riders in there. The Beast going to go around in first place. So the Beast round in first. Second place, Mortafon. Third place, I think it's Kestel. Then Macmillan. He's still there, isn't he? The young kid. Oh, and Tati Franz goes down. Just did well, Everard, to avoid him. And Team Boss just escaped him. And then we've got Asano, Japan 25, mixing it up. But, yeah. Oh, that was a good avoiding tactic from us. That could have been nasty. Out in the front, though, the Beast. Johan So, 19 years old from Denmark, leading the way. Mortafon, second. Kestel in third. And Macmillan in fourth place. Arnon Dagan behind. Everard behind. Could be making his second top 16 here, the young fella from Australia. He's sailing, he's got dual nationality, Thailand and Australia, but he does live in Australia. So Johan So keeping it together for the young guys. Really good to see some of the young guys pushing through. And this guy ain't just pushing through, he is stomping through. Mortefon still in second place. Kestel in third. Last time we looked, it was Will McMillan in fourth place. And he's still, I think, ahead of these two. When we get the different angle, we'll soon be able to tell you. He's kind of in between the two bunches, I think. There he is. So he's still there. First place, the Beast. Then we've got Mortefon, then Kestel, and it is McMillan. He's going to make his second top 16. What a great event he's having. First ever PWA event, 16 years old. And he's been bashing in some top 16s right now. Unfortunately, over the line early in the last one. So maybe he could keep it together this time. Experience will definitely pay off. But the Beast wins it. Mortefon second, Kestel third, and Beast number 2. The Beast in the making, fourth place. Hell of a race. Look at that first mark. That was Tati Franz coming in. He did have a chance there. Just that jibe. Whoa. That's where it all went wrong. Okay, so we're just watching the highlights. Heat number 10 will be up next. Heat number 10, Rakovsky, Kozan, Yakino, Goya, Martini, Jazanas, Board, Yamada. A few people here need to get through to this top 16. Yakino, one of them. Rakovsky, one of them. If they want to keep that world championship alive, they need to go some. But Bruno Martini is a guy who could cause upsets. He's an unseeded rider in this, but we know how fast he is. So definitely don't count him out. And there we go, Bruno Martini with one of the better starts down this bottom end. Yakino as well with a good start. Maciej Rakovsky with a good start in the middle. Kozan just behind them. Then Jazanas, and up the top end we've got Nico Goya. Not an easy heat, this one. Bruno Martini, like I say, nothing to lose really at the moment. He's had a couple of shockers. And but he's one of the fast ones out there, so he can cause upsets. His jibing has been letting him down so far. He's had a couple of mistakes. So Bruno Martini round in first place. Maciej Rakovsky in second. Nico Goya, what a jibe from the Frenchman inside Maciej Rakovsky. Great racing from the boys. Maciej just pumping out of the bottom end of Nico Goya. Again, keeping it together. Matteo Yakino in fourth place. That's where he needs to be. Doesn't matter. Don't need the heroics. No heroics is needed. Just top 4. Solid until you get to that final. Bruno Martini going well down this bottom end. Definitely got the speed. Just got to keep it together. Keep that racing brain on. Keep the concentration. Good jibe from the front too. Nico Goya as well. Same as Matteo Yakino. You can see there's a few holes in it, and this is where the foil just comes into its own, keeps the racing going, keeps it smooth. At these type of gusty conditions, there's no doubt about it. The foil is king. So Bruno Martini, 2 jibes to go. Pretty solid top 4 at the moment. Clear of the pack. Barring any mistakes, it'll probably be these 4 that will go into the semi-finals. Bruno Martini still leading. Rakovsky second. Nico Goya third. Matteo Yakino fourth. One mistake would change everything. And it can happen very quickly on a foil. One lack of concentration. One dodgy gust. Weird shift at the wind. can cause problems pretty quickly. But Bruno Martini looks like he's got this wrapped up. He's going to qualify nicely. Maciej Rakowski as well. Nico Goya, all solid. And Matteo Yukino just keeping it nice and safe as the chasing pack. Chase, Cedric Board just going down in front of Jasnas, and Kuzan coming from the inside is going to take that 5th spot. Not that he will qualify to the next round, but it does make a difference in the points. I told you, Bruno Martini could cause problems, and he does there, wins it. Rakowski 2nd, Nico Goya 3rd, Matteo Yukino 4th. Those are the qualifiers. So, semi-finals. We'll just watch these highlights of the last quarterfinals from the men, and then we're going into women's semi-finals and then men's semi-finals. I'm sure there's a few people waking up. Okay, first of the semis for the women. Lemetier from France. We got Tenhay from New Zealand. We got Reed from the UK. Isada from Japan. Mortifon from France. Quan Ching from Hong Kong. Anna Yama and I missed it. And Davico. There we go. Davico on the green loft sail. Anayama on the S2 Maui sails. We've got Quan Ching on the Neil Pride. Mortifon, obviously, duotone. Reed, duotone. Tenhave, well, she was on a few different sails, actually. And we have Lemetier on the S2 Maui sails as well. So here we go. That looks like a good start. Duotone's up on the right-hand side. We've got Quan Ching, I think, down that bottom end. She loves a pin end start, the girl from Hong Kong, and it's been going well for her. Looking out nicely. Mario Mortifon, though, just really solid in the middle of the pack. We've got Reed just upwind of Lametier, who is sitting in 2nd place at the moment in the overalls. So Justine, good start to the competition for her, as is the leader of this, Mary Mortifon. She is leading the event as we go into this elimination. So Reed looking good in 3rd place. And we've got the phantom sail of Tenhave from New Zealand and Quan Ching fighting it out. Like I said to you, 4 riders go through to the final from this semi-final. The bottom 4 riders go through to the runners-up final. So it's in the top 4 or nothing here. You will get another chance in that runners-up final, but obviously you make the final, you're guaranteed top 8. So lots at stake in this one. Marion Mortifon. Lemetier from France. Tenhave from New Zealand. Alice Reed from the UK and Quan Ching from Hong Kong. So I'm just looking at speeds here. I'm getting 40 kilometers an hour from some of the women, 37, 38. That's the sort of speeds we're going. I just realised where the speeds were. Apologies on that. People were asking me earlier. Okay, so just wanted to say apologies for the stream. We're working on the problem. There does seem to be some sort of internet issue at the moment. They are working on it. Hopefully we will get it sorted as soon as possible. If we do have to go offline, we'll be straight back on after we've reset the stream. So like I say, stay tuned. Mortefont looking good though. Lemaitre looking good. Huan Ching up into third place, and Tenhave from New Zealand. That looks like your top four racing oh so well. The Hong Kong girl. Looks like no sponsors here. She's been borrowing equipment. So impressive stuff to see here right up there. Okay, so there we go. It's official. We've got Mortefont, Lemaitre, we've got Huan Ching and Tenhave in the final. The other women will drop to the runners-up final. The last minute before the start. Heat number 6, second of the semi-finals in the women elimination 3 here in Japan. Who can make the final? Are we going to see any upsets? Tibi from Israel been looking good. Offringer back on the foil now, also looking good. We've got Gibson again looking good. She's got speed. Steinlein right up there from Germany. Alabau, fresh from winning elimination 2. Can she make another final? Can she get another win? Got Cousin Kestel, who had a disaster in elimination 2, crashing out. We got Oppendal, who ended up in the runners-up final, but won it. She's right up there in the overall still, though, third place. And we got Costin from Australia. Here we go, coming up to the start. It's definitely light. Sarah Keita looks angry almost as she comes into the start line. She's losing lift in the foil, so something has happened there. She's almost, well, she's not made the mark. She literally has not made the mark. Sarah Keita Offringer struggling to get round the start mark. So some miscalculations there, or a wind shift or something has definitely happened. Difficult to tell without the drone, but we are on. It looks like Cousin Kestel, the girls from the starboard end of the line, are going to have a nice line in from here. But Cousin Kestel looking good. Alabau looking good. Gibson's up there. Oppendal. And Tibi from Israel. It's going to be Cousin Kestel rounding first. Blanca Alabau also in the mix on the Severn. There she is. Then we've got Tibi from Israel. Oppendal on the Severn. Gibson on the duotone. And then we got Steinlein from Germany. Tightly contested. Like I say, Offringer has had an absolute shocker, nearly missing the start line. And she is well out of this race right now. Here we go. Round in first place, still Cousin Kestel. Second place, Alabau. Oh, mistake there a little bit from Gibson. She's going to drop off the foil. Is that going to cost her? It might well do. Oppendal is pouncing. Tibi's there, and Gibson has just dropped outside the top 4. Little mistake on that jibe mark. That could be very costly. We've got the other Neil Pride in there as well from Steinlein. So there is a few movers and shakers. We've got a bit of water around from the sky, but the drone is back up. Having a little look round, see where he is. It's going to be close, this one. Still out in the front is Cousin Kestel, followed by Alabau. Then we've got Oppendal and Tibi from Israel. So top 4 are pulling away from the pack. The German rider, Steinlein, in 5th place, and Gibson has dropped all the way back to 6th. So not in a qualifying position any longer. This is the second semi-final. Top 4 go through to the final. Alabao hunting out a second win would put her right back in the mix for a world title. Cousin Castel looking good. Alabao keeps it smooth. Oppendahl, 3rd place in the overall at the moment. Going to make this 3rd final after not making it in the 2nd elimination. But she had a 2nd place in the 1st elimination, so she really is in the mix. She probably needs a discard. Still all to play for. Cousin Castello will be the first one to book herself in the final. 2nd place, Alabao. 3rd place will be fighting out with Tibby, but it doesn't matter. Top 4 will make the final. Doesn't matter of the positions. So there we go. We have our finalists in the women. Offringer, quite a way back, like I say, after that disaster at the start. Next up, we're going into the men's semi-finals. Okay, so first of the men's semi-finals, heat number 11. Vrieswijk, Kurdel, Kornum, Albo, Huber, Marotti, Isaac, Jacquin. That's how we're looking. We've got Bonarian, German, Danish, French, Croatian, Brazilian, New Caledonian. Heat number 11. Are we going to see any upsets here? Vrieswijk needs to make this final. Needs to give himself a chance at a world title. Marotti, Isaac, Vrieswijk. These are 3 names that you would expect to see in that final, but Jacquin's been going well. Kurdel, obviously the IQ4 champion. Huber, Albo, there's names that can upset here for sure. It's going to come down to the start, like it always does. Get a little bit of edge at the start can definitely help out. And there we go, green flag is up. Looks like it's a clean start. Expect to see Marotti down that pin end, but maybe the wind has definitely shifted out there. Vrieswijk down that pin end. I think just upwind of him is Marotti. Yeah, so we got Isaac right down the pin end on the Severn. We've got Marotti down there. We've got Kurdel. Kurdel actually looking like he's got the lead at the moment as we come into this first mark. Can't quite see him on your screens. But no, Amado Vrieswijk. And then we've got the Neil Prides of Marotti and Albo. And we've got Aussie 420 in the way. That was always the problem. Matthias Isaac looking good. Basil Jacquin. I mean, you realise how just great the drone is when you don't have it. I mean, just gives the whole racing of slalom just the best perspective ever. In fact, I don't even have Kurdel in this. Why? What am I even looking at? Kurnum. Ah, it's Kurnum. That's why, not Kurdel. Excuse me. So we've got Vrieswijk leading. Oh, big crash. Big crash. Who was that? Was that Kurnum? Or was that Basil Jacquin maybe on the 0.7? Big crash there. Just trying to look down, looking at the list to see Neil Price everywhere. So it's definitely Amado Vrieswijk out in the lead. Apologies here. The commentary's gone to pot. So Amado Vrieswijk in the lead. We've got Enrico Marotti in second place. Looks like Albo might be even in the mix. Yeah, Albo. So it's Albo and Marotti. And then we've got the first of the Saverns behind that, which is Mateusz Isaac, followed by Kurnum. And it was, I think it was Jacan that went down. Kurdle was swimming in the water, so maybe he was just there watching. That was why I got confused. Oh no, he was in the race. So sorry, he must have gone down. So Amado Vrieswijk. Oh, it's close. It's really close for that fourth place. Oh, what a jibe there. What a jibe from Mateusz Isaac. I mean, that absolutely, that was it. That was where everything was on. That was for fourth place. So it's going to be Amado Vrieswijk, Enrico Marotti, Antoine Albo, Mateusz Isaac. That will be your top four. Vrieswijk obviously winning it. Marotti, Albo, and then Vrieswijk. Whew. Apologies for the commentary there. It was a bit up and down. Yeah, we did have Kurdle in this. Something happened at that first mark. I'm not sure we saw it, but something definitely happened. It was all going wrong back there. Hubert, Kurnum. All right, second of the semi-finals. We've got Johan So. We've got Pierre Mortefon, Anton Kestel. We've got the young Macmillan. We've got Martini, Rakowski, Goya, and Yakino. Again, a super solid one, this. The semi-finals at this stage are so tough. Big names in there. Few people, not a lot to lose. Macmillan, nothing to lose really. Bruno Martini, not much to lose the way his results are going so far. I mean, Goya's he's got one win, and then he's had a bit of a disaster. So, again, he needs to pull something out. And then you've got the guys who have a lot to lose. Yakino, Rakowski, Mortefon. Johan So, maybe not much to lose. Just someone, you know, can push pretty hard. There we go, lining up on the start. We've got Kestel up near the boat, Macmillan up near the boat, Johan So in the middle, same as Goya, Martini, Murakowski, Yakino, all down the pin end at the moment. There we go, it's going to be Antonio Yakino right down that bottom end. Rakowski with a great start down this bottom end. Goya in the middle with a great start. Pierre Mortefen getting squeezed out the back. Basil Jacan also not in this. It's the beast, Johan So, sorry, on the 0.7. That looks like your top four at the moment. So, looking good. Nico Goya got a really nice lead coming into this first mark. Rakowski's going to have a real battle with Mateo Yakino here, and he's getting squeezed. Rakowski's getting squeezed in between the beast and Mateo Yakino. The beast is not backing off. Yakino's not backing off. So, Nicholas Goya around in first, Yakino second, then the beast, then Rakowski ahead of Macmillan. So young 16-year-old Macmillan is giving the big boys a run for their money here. He's right in the middle of the pack. I think he's on his 8 meter, so he's gone big, and it's definitely working out for him. Can he hold it? Can he get into a final? That would be massive. Out in the lead though, Nico Goya, the 2021 foil world champion. Second place, the event leader at the moment and current tour leader is Mateo Yakino. Then we've got Johan So, the beast, followed by a Maciek Rakowski. I tell you what, Macmillan is coming. Macmillan is giving him a charge here. The two challenger riders. Macmillan, the younger, obviously, of the two. Maciek does not want this bloke to go past him, and he is not backing off. 16 years old, over 100 kilos. He's got the power, and he is holding it down right now. He's probably got the biggest sail. We're going to have to watch this fight all the way to the end as Nicholas Goya comes round this inside jibe mark in first place. Second place is Mateo Yakino, followed by the beast. Then Maciek Rakowski, followed by Macmillan. Still all there. Still racing hard. Taiwan. Thailand won. Whoa, it's on. It's on. We've got one jibe mark left. Nicholas Goya. This is to get in the final. Top 4 make the final. Everyone else goes into the runners-up final. So Nicholas Goya, solid. Matteo Yukino, he's looked oh so solid every day. The Beast. Maciek Rakowski. McMillan, not giving up just yet. I don't think he's got enough to go past Rakowski on the straight. But he's give it a good go. Great race from the young Aussie. He's giving it a go now, isn't he? McMillan is locked out the legs and he's having a go. Maciek's gone with him. Nico Goya, Maciek, Maciek does get it. Johan So, the Beast also in there, and Matteo Yukino. Great race. Good race from Nico Goya. He's not quite got the consistency at the moment. If he can find that consistency, I think we will. We might see a charge. So, runners-up final. Heat number 7 for the women, elimination 3. We've got Reed, Isida, we've got Davico, we've got Anayama, Steinlein, Offringa, Costin, and Gibson. Runners-up final. Winner of this gets 9th place. Okay, lining up. Okay, coming up to the start. Looks like the Aussies getting a good start at the moment. Looking like on the Severn, well, good start. I said she's one of the first to the line. Aruba in the middle. Sarah Kita Offringa. Got Davico on that loft sail, and maybe a bit early is slowing down and then powering through on the Neil Pride in the middle. Looking very good. I think that is Sarah Kita Offringa. Down this bottom end, Gibson on the duotone. Also looks like she's got good speed. Yeah, so Gibson down the bottom end. We've got Steinlein in the middle on the Neil Pride. Offringa leading the way on the first Neil Pride. Yeah, Sarah Kita looking devastatingly fast after that mistake in the semi-finals where she missed the start mark, and it's a big crash from Offringa. Just getting super loose. How she's going to get back on so quickly, I don't know. But she's lost a lot of places. And actually, the wind from the other sails means she doesn't get back on. So Steinlein from Germany leading this one on the Neil Pride. Gibson is up there. Or is that Alice? Yeah, Reed. Alice Reed up in second place. Oof. Just getting it all wrong there. It's not going well for Sarah Kita Offringa at the moment. Steinlein leading it. We've got Costin from Australia in second place and Alice Reed in third place in this runners-up final. Good jibe from the German. Alice Reed, nice jibe, and moves up into second place. Costin from Australia. drops back to third, and then Gibson. Looks like she's coming through in fourth place with plenty of speed. Yeah, powering down here. Gibson really quick on the fin. She's quick on the foil, but definitely she would favour the fin. I think she would have been hoping for a bit more wind today so she could get on the fin. But out in the front, Steinlein from Germany. Looking good coming into this mark. Can she hold it? It's the runners-up final, but it's still a final. Leading a race always feels good. Great jibe from the German. I think she comes from a boating background, dinghy background. Alice Reed looking good in second place. Ahead of the Aussie in third. Winning here would give you single digits, ninth place, which is not to be sniffed at in a world championship like this. The Aussie's not giving up. She's pumping all the way down this reach. And those little meters that you gain on the jibe mark can make all the difference. Steinlein round the last jibe mark in first place. Will the nerves get the better of her? Doesn't look like it. Good jibe from Alice as well. In second place. Having a battle now with the Aussie. Both girls pumping furiously down this last reach. Steinlein, the German, looks pretty comfortable in first place, but the battle for second is on. I should say the battle for 10th place. That's what it'll be. And Costin from Australia is not having any of it, and she has put herself in there. There you go. That's what it does. We've got Gibson down this bottom end, but Steinlein wins it. Costin second place, and then it's close for third between Alice Reed and Gibson. Go, that was the start. Close battle. Next up, women's winners final after the highlights. Here we go, good race. Okay, can Marion Mortefon cement her lead at the top of the table? A mistake here could take her off the top. Let's see. Big guns. Can Alabao get a second elimination victory? She's got a terrible first elimination, I think 19th or something. So she's got a win in the second elimination. A win in this third one would put her in a good position once a discard would come into play. So here we go, lining up on the start. Oh, it's a good start down that bottom end. Oppendow with a great start, as is Blanca Alabao in the middle. Also, Lemetier from France and Cousin Kestel up that top end. All riders are a little bit of a touch there from Cousin Kestel. Alabao looking good though. The two Severn riders looking in a great position. Although Justine on the S2 Maui sails is going to have an inside line. It depends how they cut this corner as we come into the first jibe mark. This could get squeezy. Let's wait and see as we come in. No, it's going to be Cousin Kestel who's pulled out a few extra meters to go round in first place. Where is Marion Mortefon? She's not in the mix at the moment. So Cousin Kestel round in first. Blanca Alabao in second. Then we've got Oppendow and Mortefon in the middle of the pack at the moment in about fourth place. Cousin Kestel, could she get her first win of the event? Looking very comfortable at the moment and great speed. Blanca Alabao doing her title chances the world are good here with a top two. Still a long way to go. 3 jibe marks to go. Plenty of action left in this. Plenty of stories to play out. Cousin Kestel, second jibe mark. Needs to keep it together. Bit of pressure behind her. It's a solid jibe. Cousin Kestel, great jibe from Alabao though, and she has gained some ground on Cousin Kestel there. Oppendow as well with a great jibe. Marion Mortefon still not out of this. Any sort of mistakes from anyone at hand. And here comes Marion Mortefon. Look at Mortefon go. She's putting the hammer down now and she's moving up into third place. So Mortefon already taking places up into third place with Alabao in her sights. Cousin Castell, though, has pulled out a bit more of a lead at the front of the fleet as we come into the penultimate jibe mark. Cousin Castell keeping it together. Solid from the French lady. Good jibe from Alabao in second. Marion Mortefon in third. Oh, and a mistake from Oppendahl. Leaving the door wide open now. She's in the drink. She's going to have to water start as she's getting overtaken left and right. Lemaitre, who is sitting in second place in the overalls, has moved up a few places now, and that is costly for Oppendahl. That could cost her a podium at the end of this competition. She will look back at that, and she'll be gutted as we come into the last jibe mark from Cousin Castell. Needs to keep it together. She does. It's a great jibe from Cousin Castell. Alabao keeps it together as well. Marilyn Mortefon. I don't see any positions changing on this last reach now. And I think it's going to be Delphine Cousin Castell who will win her first elimination here in Japan. She's had a bit of, well, a few mistakes creeping in the earlier rounds. And this will feel pretty good to get the first win in Elimination 3. So Cousin Castell gets the win in Elimination 3. Alabao, another great result for her in second. And Marilyn Mortefon has to settle for third. In fourth place, Justin Lemaitre will, well, solid result. Fourth place, keeping it really solid. After this highlights, we'll be going into the men's the men's runners-up final and winners final. And then we'll take a look at the overall results after 3 eliminations. Safe to say Marion Mortefon will be leading in the women, but there's a few people who are closing the gap, and with a discard, it's going to get very close. That fourth elimination will be massive. Oh, there was that mistake from Oppendahl. That's really going to cost her in the overalls. She really didn't want to. I mean, she's already used the discard. She's been in the runners-up final once. If you want a world title, you cannot end up in that runners-up final. Okay, here we go. Runners-up final for the men. Hubert, Kernam, Kurdle, Jacquin, Macmillan, Mortefon, Castell and Martini. So Mortefon in the runners-up final. Ouch. Going to be hard to stay consistent at this competition. Here we go. That's Kernam up at this top end from Denmark. Oh, they look like they're backing off, are they? Yeah. General recall. Okay, so we're waiting to hear who was over the line. We do have a general recall. Someone was over. Who was it? That's the question. Was it a clear-cut one? Are they going to need to watch the video? It looks like they're watching the video, so it was obviously a close one. Maybe more than one rider over early. Let's wait and see. Double check on the iPad. If you are just joining us, we've had some great racing today. Not as windy as we were hoping for, I won't lie, but there has been winds over 20 knots in the gusts. It's been pretty gusty. It's been a pretty much foil-dominated day. A few guys and girls ventured onto the fin. It just wasn't quite enough to deal with the holes in the wind that the foil was just gliding through the jibe. So Tati Franz, Jimmy Tieme in the men. We saw Sarah Keita offering Davico, Ocean Lescardue all on the fin, giving it a go. And had some good races, but it wasn't really enough to be dealing with the foil. The foil has been the weapon of choice, and that was the one doing the most damage. Okay, so it looks like we have got an interview with the winner of the last women's race, Cousin Kestel. So let's go and have a chat. Okay, sorry about that. We've got a few issues with the audio. I mean, that's the thing with this wireless connection. It's been working great, but we're obviously, every so often, you're going to get some interference, so apologies for that. But let's see. Do we know who's over early yet? I mean, we've got to say, great race from Cousin Kestel. She's had a bit of bad luck so far in this competition. It's really not quite gone her way. Just looking at the results, I'll just give you an idea what I'm on about. Cousin Kestel, a 6th and an 8th. So for some riders, that might be all right, but for Cousin Kestel, she wants to win a world title. A 6th and an 8th is not going to cut it. I'm just going to refresh this to see how quickly we're going to get those results up. Not sure, maybe they get updated straight away. Yeah, but definitely Marie Mortefon will still be leading after the 3rd elimination. I think Justin Lametiere will be probably still in 2nd place, but then we'll see Blanca Adabao come up, but she's got an 18.5. She needs a discard. With a discard, Blanca is right in the mix for a world title. So it's going to be a very interesting couple of days, and to see how it all pans out, I should say. Okay, so are we hearing about the general recall? Who is over? Maybe we should make some sort of predictions. Who's in there? Who's likely to have pushed it? Kurnum had a good start. Is anyone on the beach? Well, Bruno Martini is on the beach, and Basil Jacquin is on the beach. So does that mean anything? Maybe. They could be changing up, like we saw with Tati Franz, or it could mean they are over the line early, but Bruno Martini and Basil Jacquin are on the beach. Well, there we go. It's official. Basil Jacquin and Bruno Martini are over the line early. They will not be taking any further part in Elimination 3 and will finish last in the runners-up final. So we'll have 6 riders in this runners-up final. Hubert, Kernam, Kurdle, Macmillan, Mortefon and Kestel. Okay, we are lining up for the start. We got Kurnam up near the starboard end. We got Mortefon, Kestel, Macmillan a bit further down the port end. Macmillan not with a good start though. That doesn't look good for the young Aussie. Mortefon looking right on the money here. And that looks like a great start if he's not over the line, and I don't think he is. So Mortefon with a great start. Kestel with a great start. We've got Kurdel in the middle. Kurnam a little bit further back. We've also got William Huber a little bit further back as well, and then Macmillan as well. Pierre Mortefon looks like he wants a 9th place, that's for sure. Didn't want to end up in this runners-up final. He's going for a world title, so this is hopefully going to be his discard, he'll be thinking. But you're in it, you may as well win it. Mortefon rounding first, Kurdle second, Kestel third, Kernam fourth. Then we've got William Hubert. Really close racing, close drone flying as well. So Mortefon looking pretty solid right now. You can see the gust coming down through the course area. It's not, well, it's a gusty place. There is gust coming through, makes it for challenging racing. The difference between the holes and the top end is quite big, so you've got to muscle around some pretty big gear when you're on the edge. But Mortefon doing a good job here. Kurdal having it, pushing a bit harder here. Kernam, one of the smallest foilers in the fleet, holding it on with the big boys. He's just ahead of Kestel. And then just behind Kestel is William Hubert, followed by Will Macmillan. Penultimate jibe mark coming up. Mortefon in control right now. Goes round in first place. Good jibe from Mortefon. Kurdal, good jibe from him. Kernam pumping it round. He's on a lot smaller sail than some of the big boys, but he's a lot smaller, so maybe less drag. Looking good in third place at the moment. Kestel in fourth. Hubert fifth. Macmillan sixth. One jibe mark to go. Say this is runners-up final. Not where they want to be, but you just got to make the most of it, enjoy the racing. And Mortefon is definitely doing that. He's going to win this one. And Kernam's not finished with Kurdal yet, but I'm pretty sure the IQ Foil World Champion is not going to be outdone in a pumping race. So Mortefon will win it. So 9th place for Mortefon, 10th place for Kurdal, 11th place for Kernam, 12th place for Kestel, 13th place for Hubert, and 14th for Will Macmillan. Doing a good job, aren't they? Foil racing. I think there's a big difference between the lower end of foil racing and the top boys here. I think at the lower end it's pretty blimmin' dangerous. Whereas these boys, they look very solid, don't they? Very solid indeed. Okay, so that was, or is, the highlights of the runners-up final. Next up, we're going up to final of Elimination 3. Definitely advantage going into this final is Matteo Iachino, sitting at the top of the results board, ahead in the world rankings now, ahead at this event. But a lot can change. He was third in Silt, so if Amado Vrieswijk is to put together a run, let's say Iachino won this event. If Vrieswijk finishes second, he would be the world champion in 2022. Doesn't matter what Matteo Iachino does. But if Amado Vrieswijk is not in the top 3, then it is open for Matteo Iachino. Maciej Rakowski will also have a say in this, but it's definitely advantage the Italian at the moment. So who's in this? We've got Vrieswijk, who's been looking very good. It wouldn't surprise me to see him win this one. We've got Enrico Marotti, who's not got a lot to lose and is pushing super hard. We've got Albo in his final event on the PWA Tour. Could he pull it out the bag? Matthias Isaac, who's had a few problems at this event, but he's shown some good speed and some good skills. We've got Nicolas Goya, who's already won one elimination, and he's looking for more. As I said before, Matteo Yukino leading at the moment. Johan So, the beast, will want to put his name at the top of the tree, and I'm sure he's going to be pushing hard. And then you've got Maciej Rakowski, who probably needs a win to put him right back in the fight here. So, just looking at the early positioning, we've got Marotti down that pin end, Yukino down the pin end, Matthias Isaac down there as well with Amado Vrieswijk. We've got Albo right up the boat. You're not used to seeing that. Johan So going for the middle with Maciej Rakowski and Goya. So that's how it's looking coming into that start. Here we go. It's definitely gone a little bit light in that middle. We've got Goya pinging out the middle. Maciej Rakowski's in the middle as well. They look like they're slowing up a little bit. Maybe they didn't time that just quite right. But there's a good run down that bottom end from Marotti. We got Maciej Rakowski in the middle, and it looked like Albo wants to win this one. He wants to go out swinging. Enrico Marotti looking good down this bottom end, though. Full power from the Croatian. The Manimal is back to full fire. He's not going to let Albo take him here. The two Neil Pride GP riders fighting out at the front of the fleet. Albo wants to go round him first. He is putting everything into this. Maybe he thinks this is his chance to win an elimination, and he does start to jive first, but Marotti has the inside line. Then we've got Albo. Then we've got Maciej Rakowski. Then we've got Matteo Yukino, followed by Nico Goya. We've got Matthias Isaac in there. A little bit further back, we've got the Beast. And Nico Goya has actually chose, who got swallowed up there, and he's had to go low. But out in the front, it's the Manimal, the Croatian. He is powering through now, but Antoine Albo has not given this up. Maciej Rakowski either. We're pushing down here. I think their roommates hit a big crash there. Massive crash. That could have been Matteo Yukino, or it could have been Matthias Isaac. I'll give you a bit of a clue in a minute. I think it was Matthias Isaac that went down very badly, and he is waving his hands in the air. I think there's some gear problems there. Definitely something exploded. That looked nasty. We'll have a look at that in a minute, but we'll stay with the race for now. At the moment, the Manimal in the lead at the moment. Antoine Albo in second place. Yes, sorry. Enrico Marotti in first. Second place is Albo. Going on the inside now. Matteo Yukino has come back into this. Up into second place. Maciej Rakowski now fighting with Yukino. Matteo Yukino wants this world title. If he can finish second here, he would put a massive big stamp and edge closer to another world title. Oh, and a little bit loose from Albo there. It's going to be the Croatian who's going to go around the last mark in first place. Matteo Yukino in second. Rakowski gets a nice line. It's not over for the Polish rider. He's fighting it out because Matteo Yukino has touched down. Rakowski is coming back, and Nicolas Goya has got a better line down that bottom end, but he touches down. The way the wind is looking, Rakowski is sailing them out, and so is Matteo Yukino. It's going to be the Manimal. Enrico Marotti's going to win it. Rakowski, great race from him in second. Matteo Yukino gets third. Nico Goya in fourth. The Beast moves up into fifth. Albo drops to sixth. Seventh place, I think, is... maybe that's Matthias Isaac. So who was the crash? Vrieswijk. It must have been Vrieswijk. Amado Vrieswijk would have been the crash. Whoa. So we'll see if it's on the replay.